Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. Caleb didn't remember the road turning to gravel. 1 minute, the hum of asphalt under his tires was steady and predictable. The next, the car bumped over uneven stone, and the shadows of the forest seemed to swell like waves against the glass. He slowed down, squinting at the sudden fog rolling across the cracked headlights, trying to retrace how many turns he'd made since leaving the main highway. It was supposed to be a shortcut, a faded gray line on an old hiking forum map, promising a more scenic drive to the cabin his cousin had inherited from their uncle. But the map hadn't said anything about this. The trees were too close. Their trunks leaned in, tall and skeletal, branches woven like ribs overhead. The mist gave them motion, as if the forest breathed. Caleb flicked on his high beams. The fog bloomed brighter and swallowed everything ahead. Then, something darted across the road. He slammed the brakes. Silence followed. No impact. No movement. He sat, breathing through his teeth, one hand gripping the steering wheel, the other trembling near the ignition. The thing, it had been quick. Four-legged? No, not quite. It had been tall, hunched, like a man crawling on all fours with limbs too long for the body. Just an animal, he told himself. A deer. Maybe a bear. Except deer didn't have fingers. The fog thickened as he drove on, each foot gained along the gravel feeling heavier. He passed a wooden marker with no words on it, just a crooked post split down the middle. The forest got darker. No birds. No wind. Just the rhythmic slap of wipers dragging mist across the windshield, and the occasional crunch of a branch under the tires. When he finally reached the clearing, the GPS had long lost signal. The cabin stood at the far end of a slope, barely visible behind a curtain of pine needles and tangled brambles. It looked exactly like the pictures, one story, cedar shingled, the porch sagging under years of weather. But the clearing was wrong. It was too quiet. Caleb stepped out. The gravel cracked under his boots. A few steps toward the porch, and he noticed it, the air felt thinner. Like something had pressed against the world and bent it out of shape just slightly. Behind him, the forest waited. The road had vanished. Not in a metaphorical way, it was literally gone. Where the gravel had been was now a wall of trees, roots pulled from the ground, dirt churned like something had swallowed the path whole. He turned back to the cabin. A single lantern swayed above the door, though he hadn't turned anything on. Then, from inside, a tap against the glass. Something was already in the house. The tap came again, deliberate this time. Not the gentle creak of wood settling, not the accidental brush of a branch in the wind. It was the sound of a single fingertip striking glass. Tap. Then silence. Then tap again. Like a knuckle knocking rhythmically, waiting to be acknowledged. Caleb's breath fogged in the air, even though it was late June. The lantern above the door hissed slightly, the light inside it flickering yellow through speckled glass, casting trembling shadows that danced over the warped porch planks. He stepped back. His fingers fumbled for the flashlight clipped to the side of his hiking pack, the one he'd sworn he wouldn't need until the sun went down. But the trees had closed in so thick that daylight hardly touched the clearing. When he flicked the beam on, the light was thin, struggling against the veil of fog that still clung to the edges of the tree line. The cabin was supposed to be empty. It had sat unused for 6 years since their uncle passed, or at least that's what his cousin Elena had said. No running water, no electricity. Just a dusty haven in the woods for a quiet weekend. But the lantern above the door burned with a steady flame, and that knock, it had come from inside. He approached the door, slowly. Each step on the porch groaned under his weight. The wood was damp and bowed in the center, stained black in places like old water damage. Moss grew along the banisters. Something about the boards beneath him made his feet feel unwelcome, like stepping into a mouth halfway through closing. The door was painted red, though the color had faded to the dull brown of dried blood. Scratches etched the bottom half, long vertical streaks as if something had tried to claw its way inside, or out. His hand trembled as he reached for the knob. It turned too easily, unlatching with a sound like teeth grinding together. The cabin greeted him with dark silence. No lights inside. No sound of scurrying mice, no groan of settling timber. Just a soft, almost inaudible creak, the kind that made your body instinctively tense without knowing why. He stepped in. The smell hit him first, musty and earthy, like soil after a flood. Mold clung to the air, thick enough to taste. The interior was small and mostly bare, a rotting couch against one wall, an empty fireplace, and a wooden table that sagged in the middle as though something heavy had once sat on it for too long. Dust clung to everything, except the window beside the door. That pane was spotless. A perfect oval smear cut across the glass where the tapping had come from. The outline of a hand was faintly visible, long, narrow fingers pressed outward, with small claw-like indentations at each fingertip. Not quite human. Too slender. Too sharp. And it had come from inside. His skin prickled. He walked further in, his boots disturbing a layer of dust that hadn't been touched in years. A hallway led off to the right, where two closed doors waited, one straight ahead, one partially ajar. He aimed his flashlight down the hall. The light caught movement, just for a second. A flicker. Like a shadow stepping out of view just before the beam touched it. He should have left right then. But the logic part of his mind, the part that still clung to explanations, told him it was just nerves. Dust in the light. A squirrel in the walls. Maybe the knocking had been caused by a branch or wind somehow working its way through loose shutters. He took a step down the hallway. The flashlight began to flicker. No, 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 he whispered, shaking it. The beam pulsed, dimmed, and finally blinked out. Batteries? It had been fully charged that morning. He smacked the side, opened the cap to check the contacts. Nothing seemed wrong. Still, the light wouldn't return. Then he heard it again. Tap. 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 This time, it came from the end of the hallway. From the half-open door. The tap wasn't on glass now. It was on wood. Like fingernails drumming against the inside of a closet. Hello. Caleb called, his voice barely more than a hoarse croak. Silence answered. He moved forward, carefully, his footfalls muffled by a carpet runner that had once been green but now looked black and mottled. The door ahead creaked as he neared, drifting a few inches wider as if something behind it had exhaled. The smell was stronger here, not just mold and earth anymore, but something more primal. Wet fur. Rust. Decay. He pushed the door open fully. The room was empty, save for a twin-sized bed and a mirror on the far wall. The glass of the mirror was completely black, reflective but without depth, like looking into an oil-slick pond. His reflection didn't appear. Instead, there was only the shape of a figure. Tall. Still. Watching him from the other side. He stepped backward, heart hammering, breath caught in his throat. Behind him, the hallway groaned. Not the house. Not the boards. But something in the hallway. A weight. A presence. Breathing. Wet and heavy, like lungs that had been submerged too long and were now learning how to work again. He turned quickly, but nothing was there. Just the long hallway stretching back to the front room, the red door now slightly ajar, the fog pressing thick against the glass. The handprint was gone. In the mirror, the figure had moved. It was closer. Now, just behind him. And the tapping started again. Only now, it was coming from inside the walls. The sound was unmistakable now, tapping, scratching, movement, crawling through the walls like veins beneath old, rotted skin. It weaved through the silence like something intelligent. Deliberate. It wasn't the random scuttling of rats. This had intention. Caleb backed away from the mirror, never taking his eyes off the blackened glass. The figure behind it was gone now, or had moved beyond the boundaries of the frame. The surface was smooth, unbroken, but it gave the illusion of depth, as if the mirror wasn't a reflection at all, but a window, a pool, or worse, a doorway. He fumbled for his phone. Still no signal. The screen's blue glow lit the room, casting hard shadows against the walls. Dust swirled in the beam of light like ash. He switched to the camera, hoping the flash might offer better illumination. The moment he raised it to the mirror, the app froze, screen locked, then glitched, then shut off entirely. Black. The tapping continued. Now faster. Urgent. Then a voice came. Not spoken aloud, but a sensation in his skull, like a thought that didn't belong to him. It's not the walls that creak. It's the skin of the house, stretching. He staggered out of the room. The hallway was colder. The kind of cold that came not from the air, but from absence, a void where warmth had been sucked away entirely. His breath emerged in pale plumes, drifting upward and vanishing near the ceiling, which looked lower now, as if the cabin itself had begun to lean down to listen. Then he saw it. Scratches. Not the old ones on the porch door, but fresh ones, long, jagged gouges torn down the wallpaper of the hallway. They trailed from the room he'd just left, across the wall, and vanished beneath a framed photograph that now hung crookedly. Caleb hesitated. The photo hadn't been there before. He stepped closer. It was a black and white picture of the cabin, but older. Much older. The porch looked new, the surrounding forest thinner. And standing in front of the cabin were two figures, a man and a child, both with blurred faces. Smudged beyond recognition. The man's hands rested on the child's shoulders. But what struck him hardest was the eyes, or where the eyes should have been. Each had been scratched out. Deeply. Not just in the photo, but through the glass. Suddenly, a thud shook the wall beside him. Something heavy, inside the wall. A dragging noise followed. A slow, wet pull, like something moving through viscera. Caleb backed away, heart hammering so hard he could barely hear himself breathe. The sound moved lower, trailing along the wall like something slithering just beneath the surface. The photograph fell with a crash. From the corner of his eye, something shifted. He turned sharply, and saw the living room again, dimly lit by the yellow glow of the porch lantern that still burned above the door. But something was wrong. The light was too bright. And it was moving. Like a flame inside a lantern that wasn't mounted to the ceiling, but held. Carried. By someone. A shadow moved past the frosted glass pane in the front door. A silhouette. Tall. Long-limbed. Leaning forward slightly, as though it had no neck. Its hand brushed the glass again, not a tap this time, but a smear. A long stroke downward, leaving a trail of something wet that glistened even in the fog. Caleb ducked behind the hallway wall and held his breath. The cabin groaned again, not as a structure in need of repair, but as something in pain. Like a ribcage expanding where lungs used to be. The sound came from under the floor this time, a deep, muffled vibration, almost a growl. Suddenly, all the sound stopped. Even the tapping. Even the dragging. Dead silence. Then, beneath his boots, the knock. 3 precise knocks from under the floorboards. He jumped back, nearly slipping against the warped floor. The knocking moved, behind him now. Then to the wall beside him. Then above. Like it was following him from within. Caleb fled the hallway, bursting into the main room again, stumbling over the rug as he grabbed his pack and reached for the door. His fingers touched the knob, it was ice cold. He pulled. It didn't budge. He yanked harder. The hinges groaned but the door held firm, as if bolted from the outside. He shouldered into it. Nothing. Not even a rattle. Then he noticed something, just beneath the doorframe, where the bottom of the door met the warped porch wood. Roots. Thin, gnarled roots had grown up along the threshold. Wrapping around the edge. Coiling inward like fingers clutching something precious. They weren't there before. Caleb dropped his pack and backed away, turning toward the window. He approached it carefully, watching the fog pulse just beyond the glass. The forest beyond looked unfamiliar. The trees were closer now. The clearing smaller. Had the woods moved? He wiped the condensation from the window with the sleeve of his jacket. And there, in the tree lean, barely visible through the fog, a shape. Not moving. Not hiding. Just standing. Watching. It was the figure from the mirror. He knew it instinctively, in the marrow of his bones. But this time, he could see more, a head cocked too far to the side. Elongated limbs that twitched even when still. And in the space where its face should have been, just darkness. A hollow. As if the face had been torn out and left empty. Then it raised its arm, slowly, like a marionette learning to move. And pointed. Not at the house. At him. From inside the cabin, a low sound began to rise, a hum, almost, but distorted. A deep frequency that didn't pass through ears, but nerves. It moved through the walls, the floor, the very wood. And Caleb understood, the cabin wasn't a place. It was a body. A husk. And something inside it was waking up. The sound came in waves. It began as a hum, low, steady, pulsing like a heartbeat too deep to hear but strong enough to feel. Then it rose, shifting frequency, warping in a way that made Caleb's teeth ache and the corners of his vision twitch with static. The whole house seemed to breathe with it. Floorboards flexed beneath his boots. The glass in the windows trembled faintly in their frames. Even the air had texture now, not wind, not smoke, but something heavier, like breath soaked in ash and memory. He staggered back from the window, keeping his eyes fixed on the figure at the tree line. It hadn't moved since raising its hand. Still pointing. Still watching. But something in the woods around it shifted, subtly. As if the branches behind it leaned away, or recoiled. The forest feared it, too. The figure tilted its head farther. Crack. The sound echoed in Caleb's mind like bones breaking underwater. Then it took a step forward. He stepped away from the window. The cabin groaned louder. Not a creak, not settling timber, a sound made by intent. Like pain. Like resistance. Like something ancient waking from a long, aching sleep. The walls swelled outward slightly, almost imperceptibly. Wood grain twisted in slow spirals, and the nails securing the beams in place groaned as though something inside wanted out, or something outside wanted in. Caleb ran to the fireplace. Empty, save for a pile of blackened logs that looked untouched for years. He picked up the iron poker, hands trembling, and gripped it tight. Useless, probably. But better than bare fists. He backed into the center of the room and turned slowly in place, watching the door, the hallway, the windows, even the ceiling. The humming stopped. Just stopped. Everything went still. Then something moved. From the hallway, a soft creak. A floorboard, just one. Followed by another. Slow. Careful. Measured. Footsteps. But it wasn't walking toward him. It was walking around. From the hallway to the kitchen. From the kitchen to the side door. From the side door toward the back of the cabin. The house was being circled. And it wasn't just one set of steps anymore. It was several. Heavy, dragging footsteps. Wet. Shuffling. Moving like limbs that had forgotten how to bend properly. He dropped low and crawled toward the window. Pulled back the moth-eaten curtain just enough to see out. More of them now. At the tree line. Figures. Dozens. Some stood. Some hung low like they'd been hung from invisible nooses. Some crawled, long and spider-like across the earth. Their forms blurred and warped, too dark for the mist and yet too pale when the light caught them just wrong. He couldn't make out their faces. He didn't want to. Then the whispering began. Not from outside. From inside the cabin. It came from the cracks in the walls, from the floorboards, from the spaces behind the cabinets and under the furniture, voices threading together in breathless, layered murmurs. Like wind blowing through dead reeds, each whisper almost a word but never quite. But one thing came clear. A name. Caleb. He froze. They knew him. The whisper repeated, this time closer. Caleb. It was said not with menace, but with recognition. Like an old friend welcoming you back. Like the house itself knew. He ran to the hallway again, heart pounding. He couldn't stay. The cabin, whatever it was, wasn't protection. It was part of it. A piece of whatever lived out here. A cage maybe. A vessel. Or worse, bait. His eyes landed on the coat closet near the front door. It had been closed when he arrived. Now it stood slightly ajar. From inside came the faint, rhythmic tap tap tap. He approached, holding the poker in front of him, every instinct screaming to leave it alone. Then, slowly, the door opened on its own. No wind. No sound. Just a soft, easy swing, as if someone, something, inside had simply let go. Inside was no coat. No boots. Just stairs. Leading down. He hadn't seen that in the cabin's blueprints. There wasn't supposed to be a basement. The smell rolled up instantly, damp stone, old iron, the cloying sweetness of rot. And something else. Something more human. like skin that had been buried for too long, then dug up and left to warm in the sun. The staircase descended into perfect black. No light. No sound. Nothing but the whisper of old, humid air rising from below. From behind him, the front door creaked again. Not opening. Just shifting slightly, as if something on the other side was leaning against it. Then, a knock. 3 precise beats. Knuckles. Or claws. The whispering behind the walls grew louder, overlapping until it became almost music. Dissonant and maddening. A chorus of lost voices. He had 2 choices. Up, to the door, toward the figures in the fog, their heads twitching in the darkness, their fingers still pointing. Or down, into the bowels of the cabin, into the rot and cold and secrets older than the trees. He stepped into the closet. The stair groaned under his weight. Another step. The door closed behind him with a soft, final click. And the light from above disappeared. Each step into the darkness beneath the cabin felt longer than the last, like the stairs were subtly stretching behind Caleb, elongating in the dark, not a staircase built by human hands, but one grown, or perhaps shaped from something long buried. The deeper he descended, the more the air changed. It was not simply colder, it was older. Thick and syrupy with moisture, rich with the smell of loam and decay and something faintly sweet, like old fruit left to rot beneath wet leaves. The walls around him no longer felt wooden, but earthen, packed soil and damp stone pressed together in heavy silence. His flashlight still refused to work, its beam lost to flickering darkness, and the only light now came from the faintest bioluminescence, faint veins of pale green along the walls, pulsing dimly like veins beneath bruised skin. He should have been panicking. But he wasn't. Not in the usual sense. There was fear, yes, but deeper now was something colder. A feeling of recognition. Like his body had been here before. Like his bones knew these tunnels, even if his mind screamed otherwise. As if something in his blood called it home. The stairs ended at a corridor, tight and slightly slanted, carved crudely through earth and stone. The walls bore scratches, long and uneven, as though something with claws had dug its way through. In some places, the walls weren't stone at all, but flesh-colored root systems, twisting together like petrified tendons. They pulsed slightly when he passed. Alive. He moved carefully, keeping one hand on the rough wall to guide him. The corridor curved gradually downward, like a funnel. The whispering had faded above, but here, there was a new sound. Breathing. Not his. It was distant but distinct. Slow. Wet. As if lungs were learning how to inflate after a century of silence. He stopped moving and held his own breath. The sound continued, steady, heavy, echoing faintly through the walls like a heartbeat deep beneath the skin of the forest. He turned a corner and stopped. A chamber opened before him, maybe 10 feet across, walls draped in moss and roots. In the center was a pool of still, black water. Above it, hanging from twisted vines that extended from the ceiling like umbilical cords, was an object that should not have been there. A chair. An old wooden chair. Worn, crooked, dangling over the pool by thick vines that wrapped around its legs and seat like fingers. Beneath it, the water shimmered, not reflecting his face, but something else. Something that watched back. He stepped closer, against all instinct. The smell of the water was overwhelming now, coppery and raw. And in the surface, he saw it. A face. Not his own. Not exactly. It looked like him, but older. Hollowed. Black veins beneath the skin. Eyes missing, sockets deep and dark, filled with the same shadow stuff that had bloomed across the mirror upstairs. And when he moved, the face in the water did not. It smiled. The chair above the pool creaked. The vines tightened around it, not hanging it in place but holding it down, as though it had tried to float away and the roots refused to let go. From the shadows behind him came a sound. Snap. A single footstep. He turned sharply. Nothing. Just the passage twisting back into blackness. Then another sound. This one not from behind, but above. A slow trickle of moisture, not water. Something thicker. Drip. Drip. It landed on his shoulder. He looked up. There was no ceiling anymore. Just a gaping hole, a tunnel straight up into endless dark. And just beyond that, emerging slowly, limb by limb, something descending. A hand. Thin. Elongated. Skin like old paper stretched over wood. The arm followed, jointed wrong, as if dislocated for too long. Then came a second hand. Then shoulders. It didn't move with grace. It moved with memory, like it was following an instinct so old it had forgotten why it moved at all. The head came next, bulbous, hairless, with no eyes. Its face was smooth except for one slit where the mouth should be. And it smiled. Not because it saw Caleb, but because it knew. He ran. Back through the corridor, away from the chamber, heart crashing in his chest. The breathing behind him quickened. Not heavy. Just constant. Steady. Relentless. Like it didn't need to chase him, it only needed him to keep going. The passageway bent again and opened into another chamber. Smaller. Circular. Walls covered with drawings, symbols carved crudely into the dirt and stone. Spirals. Eyes. Trees upside down. Human figures without faces, kneeling beneath something larger. Towering. At the center of the room stood a pedestal. And upon it, a book. No dust. No mold. Just clean leather, bound tight, a strip of bark used as a bookmark. The cover bore a symbol, a circle filled with teeth. His hand moved on its own, fingers curling around the spine, lifting the book without thought. The moment he touched it, the room shuddered. The breathing stopped. Everything stopped. The silence was complete, crushing. Then a whisper. Not in his ear. In his head. You found it. You woke it. Now feed it. He opened the book. The pages writhed. Symbols that moved, twisting and pulsing as if ink were still wet. They looked like language but made no sense. Yet he understood them. Not as words, but as intentions. Instructions. His name was on the third page. Written in the same hand as the rest. But beneath his name, a drawing. Of the cabin. Roots growing out of its foundation like veins. And underneath, a dark shape curled tightly around the base of the house. A sleeping thing. Something without eyes. Without shape. Just hunger. The walls of the chamber began to pulse. The roots shifted. From the tunnel behind him, a low sound rose again, not breathing this time. A growl. No, not a growl. Laughter. Something was awake now. And it was coming. Caleb ran. Not because he thought he could outrun it, whatever it was, but because movement was the only thing keeping his mind from splintering into panic. The growl that had risen from the passage behind him had become laughter, thick and reverberating, echoing in a way that didn't follow the usual laws of space. It sounded like it came from every direction at once, the walls, the air, the marrow in his bones. Worse still, it wasn't just mocking. It was welcoming. Like a father chuckling at the return of a lost child. The book throbbed in his hand. He gripped it tighter, unsure why he hadn't dropped it, burned it, flung it into the pit where it belonged. But something about it needed to be carried. As if it wanted to go with him. As if it had been waiting for someone to take it home. He reached a fork in the corridor, one path sloping sharply downward into the deep gut of the earth, the other crawling upward, narrower, roots choking its edges like a throat trying to close. He turned without thinking and took the rising path, struggling against the tightening passage. Each step dragged his feet through cold mud. The walls squeezed inward, growing so tight in places that he had to turn sideways and push through like an animal forcing its way out of a burrow. His shoulders scraped against root and stone, and the sounds behind him continued, slapping, dragging, giggling in a way that made his skin feel too tight. He emerged into another chamber, smaller this time. No more than 10 feet across. But what arrested him was the light. It was flickering from something in the center of the room, a lantern. Old, brass, the kind that burned whale oil 100 years ago. It stood on a pedestal made of bones, antlers, femurs, jawbones all twisted into a crude shape like a throne flipped on its head. The light inside flickered not yellow, but green. Sickly. Alive. And on the walls around the lantern, carved deep into the stone, were faces. Dozens. No, hundreds. Human faces. Some screaming, some smiling, some with eyes wide in endless shock. All frozen in half-relief as if caught in the instant of some ancient horror. Each one carved with astonishing detail, down to the pores, the strands of hair, the cracks in lips. They were too real. And as Caleb approached, he saw it. They weren't carved. They were pressed into the walls. As if the stone itself had swallowed the faces of people and molded them into its surface, trapping their final expressions like flies in amber. He stepped back. One of the faces, a child's, opened its mouth. Just a sliver. Then, "Help us." The voice was faint. Like dust being breathed out. Caleb froze. Then another mouth moved. A woman this time. Her lips peeled back, and she whispered, "You brought the book." All the faces began to shift. Just slightly. Eyelids twitching. Mouths trembling. They were still in the walls, still fused in stone, but now, they were aware. Feed it. The root sleeps, but not for long. It's inside now. Caleb turned to run, but the way he came had closed. The passage behind him was no longer a tunnel, but a blank wall. Not caved in, simply gone. The light in the lantern dimmed, then flared. From the far end of the chamber, a new door emerged. Not a stone opening. A literal door. Oak. Hinged. Bound in rusted iron. Something about it was wrong. It wasn't just old. It was remembering things. He stepped closer and touched it. The wood was warm. Then came a sensation that nearly made him collapse. Not sound. Not vibration. Memory. The door remembered being opened. The feeling ran up his arm like a jolt. Flashes of images he couldn't unsee, forests burning, shadows rising from the soil like smoke, children standing perfectly still in lines, eyes full of black worms. A vast pit. Bones. A scream that wasn't made with a mouth. And through it all, the sensation of the door being pushed open. A name returned. Caleb. Only this time, it came not as whisper. It was spoken aloud. He spun. Nothing there. No breathing. No footsteps. Just that oppressive silence again. Like the air itself had turned thick with anticipation. He opened the door. Inside, only blackness. But not empty. He could feel the shape of the room by how it refused sound. The way his breathing became muffled. The way his footsteps didn't echo. The space swallowed noise. The moment he entered, it was like stepping underwater. Pressure closed around him. And then, on the far wall, something began to unfold. It didn't come from behind a curtain or door. The wall itself peeled back, revealing flesh where stone had been, a vertical slit, wet and twitching. A massive eye opened, horizontal like a goat's, with no iris, just a pupil that dilated and pulsed in time with Caleb's heartbeat. It saw him. And when it saw him, Caleb fell. Not to the floor, through the floor. The blackness gave way like soft mud, and he dropped into it, sucked down feet first, the book still clutched in his hand. The walls closed overhead. The lantern vanished. The door was gone. The last thing he heard before complete silence returned was a single phrase, spoken not with malice, but with joy. The house is open again. The sensation of falling was wrong. It didn't rush. It didn't pull with gravity's usual hunger. It was slow, syrupy, as if the air itself had thickened into molasses, dragging Caleb downward inch by inch. There was no wind, no scream, no gut-lurching drop. Only pressure. And blackness. And breath, not his, but something else's. Something vast. Then, suddenly, the descent stopped. There was no impact. No thud. He simply arrived. His feet touched something soft and wet, not earth, not stone, not even flesh, but a substance like rotted velvet. Spongy. Yielding. Breathing beneath him. Caleb's lungs burned. It took a second to realize he'd been holding his breath the entire time. He exhaled shakily and opened his eyes, expecting to see nothing, but the place glowed. A faint, bioluminescent pulse shimmered along the edges of the darkness. Not light, not exactly. More like the suggestion of light, how a dream might imagine illumination. The ceiling arched high overhead, impossibly high for something beneath a cabin, curving like a cathedral made of root and bone. Vines the width of his wrist hung from above, swaying gently even in still air, twitching as though they were sensing him. This was no cave. This was not natural. It was a temple. He took a slow step forward. The ground squished beneath his boots. The walls were not flat, but lined with alcoves, each one holding something, shriveled shapes, curled in fetal positions, wrapped in slick, bark-like skin. Pods. Dozens of them. Some moved, just slightly, twitching as if dreaming. As if waiting to wake up. The whisper returned. Faint at first. It didn't come from around him, but from beneath the skin of the walls. Like blood murmuring through distant veins. You brought the book. Caleb looked at it. Still clutched in his hand. Still warm. It pulsed now, in time with the light of the room. Connected. part of it. He heard something wet unraveling behind him. He turned, and saw a shape descending from the ceiling. Not lowering itself. Being lowered. A figure, suspended by thick ropes of vine wrapped around its limbs and chest. A man. Bare-chested, his skin pale and stretched tight, his eyes stitched shut with thin, black thread. His mouth was sewn too, not shut, but open. The stitches kept it wide, exposing blackened gums and teeth cracked to splinters. It hovered inches above the ground. And then, somehow, spoke. Not through the mouth. But from everywhere. You must remember. Caleb took a step back. What are you? The figure's head twitched slightly. The sound of the vines creaking above echoed like rope straining under tension. I was the last one who heard it speak. The whisper beneath the floor quickened. The pods along the walls trembled. Caleb gripped the book harder. Speak, he asked. Who? The voice came again, stronger now, deeper. The root that sleeps. The hollow below. The room seemed to lean closer, the walls bowing inward subtly, like lungs taking breath before a scream. The figure descended the final inch and its bare feet touched the ground. It didn't collapse, didn't crumble like a corpse. It stood, head cocked slightly, as if listening to something Caleb could not hear. It raised one arm, stiff and trembling, and pointed to the far end of the temple. There, a tunnel waited. Darker than the rest. Almost angry in its stillness. It dreams, the man said. And its dreams are turning toward you. The moment he spoke those words, the stitches over his eyes burst. Blood trickled down his cheeks like tears, thick and black, more like ink than fluid. He didn't scream. He didn't move. He simply stood, trembling, face turned toward something only he could see. Caleb ran. Past him. Down the tunnel. Into the heart of the temple. Each step echoed wetly. The tunnel narrowed, then widened, then twisted in ways that should not be possible, upward and downward at once, looping in a spiral that made his stomach churn. The walls were smoother here. Too smooth. Like they had been carved from inside by something large, slow, and patient. The whispers quieted. The light faded. Then, at last, an opening. He emerged into a massive circular chamber, perfectly round. The center of the floor dipped slightly, forming a shallow basin filled with a thick, dark liquid. Blood. Sap. Oil. It shifted as if alive, forming faint ripples even though no wind stirred. But what dominated the space was what hung above the pool. A heart. Suspended in air. Enormous. Beating. It wasn't connected to anything. It simply hovered, slow and pulsing, covered in bark, veins, rot. As if it had once been human, then tree, then something else entirely. And below it, coiled tightly like a serpent, was a shape too large to comprehend. A mass of roots. Or limbs. Or tendrils. Twisting in on itself like a creature wrapped in its own bones. And within that mass, faces. Dozens. Hundreds. All still. All watching. One of them was Caleb's. He dropped the book. The moment it hit the floor, the chamber shuddered. The heart above pulsed once, violently. The roots below twitched, uncoiling just an inch. A breath of wind swept through the chamber, sour and warm and alive. Behind him, the stitched man's voice returned. Now it knows your shape. The pool of black liquid began to rise. Not like water flooding a room, but like a tide reaching out toward him. The faces in the root mass opened their eyes. And they smiled. Caleb stumbled backward. The pool of black liquid swelled with grotesque purpose, cresting the edge of the stone basin, not spilling, not sloshing, simply rising. It climbed like a serpent lifting its head, defying the rules of liquid and gravity alike. And at its center, a ripple widened into a hole, circular, yawning, impossibly deep. The scent that rose from it was unbearable. Mold and meat. Copper and resin. Something like sugarcane left to ferment under a corpse. The faces inside the root mass uncoiled from the slumber of centuries, their eyes opening all at once, blank, milky, some burned out completely. They moved slowly, sluggishly, as if blinking for the first time since the dirt drank them down. But their expressions were not confused. They were delighted. Caleb's name still echoed in the chamber, not from mouths but from roots, from walls, from the very breath of the place. Each repetition of it came warped, whispered in voices he'd never heard but felt he should recognize. His mother's. His cousin's. His own, layered over itself like the sound of a broken tape being played backward. The book he had dropped still sat at the center of the room, its cover now writhing slightly, the leather breathing in short, quick bursts. A long black thread had unspooled from it and was creeping across the stone like a worm made of hair, inching toward his boots. Caleb backed away, wiping sweat from his forehead, only to feel something wrong there. His skin was damp, yes, but not just with sweat, with something thicker. He pulled his hand away. Sap. Thick, amber black. Sticky. And warm. He looked up at the great heart suspended in the air. It was pulsing faster now. With every beat, the vines hanging from the ceiling quivered and twitched like antennae. The heart seemed to know it was being watched, no, not just watched. Recognized. He wasn't supposed to be here. And yet, something in him was meant for this. At the far end of the chamber, beyond the pool, a passage cracked open. No door, no frame. Just a seam parting in the stone like lips forming a secret. He didn't think, he ran. Past the twitching mass of roots, past the pool, past the dozens of dead smiling faces. The ground beneath him squirmed, the very stone seemed to shift as he moved. The whispering grew angry now, desperate. The book snapped shut behind him with a thud, its threads flailing like severed nerves. He fled into the seam. The walls pressed close around him. This was no tunnel of architecture or carving, this was dug, torn through earth like a wormhole. The texture was wrong. Fleshy. Every few feet, he passed a knot or bulge that twitched beneath his hand. Once, he placed his palm on a wall to steady himself and felt a heartbeat. Still, he pushed forward. The passage narrowed. He crouched, scrambled, hands and knees. His breath came fast and shallow. The air tasted of iron and mushrooms. The deeper he went, the more the whispering behind him faded, not in volume, but in urgency. Like whatever was behind him no longer needed to chase. Because he was going exactly where it wanted. He emerged into a side chamber. Smaller. Dome-shaped. The ceiling curved in tight. The ground here was dry. Cracked. Like something had once lived here and fled, leaving only husk. In the center of the room stood a figure. Not moving. Not breathing. A man. Dressed in modern hiking gear, caked with layers of dust and sap. His beard had grown wild, tangled with moss. His fingernails were torn and black. His eyes were open, wide, but filmed over. In one hand, he clutched a broken compass. In the other, something that made Caleb's stomach drop. A photograph. Of Caleb. A candid shot, taken from behind, him standing outside the cabin just hours ago. The edges of the photo were curled with moisture, but the ink was fresh. Caleb stepped closer. The man's head turned slightly. Snap. The sound of tendons breaking. The eyes focused. Then the mouth opened, wide and wet, and expelled a breath so cold that frost shimmered in the air. You took too long. Caleb staggered backward. The man didn't move. But from his mouth, something slid free. A root. Thin. Wet. Twitching at the end like a tongue. It hung there, wriggling slowly in the air. And then the man collapsed. Dead, truly dead this time. The root hit the floor with a wet slap, curling once before going still. Caleb picked up the photograph. On the back, scribbled in what looked like charcoal, was a message. You're not the first. You won't be the last. It wants shape. He turned. Another passage. Smaller, this one carved with deep claw marks, as if someone had tried to dig their way out. He went in. The whispering returned, not angry this time. Gentle. Like a lullaby. It told him where to place his feet. When to duck. When to crawl. And then, light. Faint. Flickering. A crack ahead. He pushed toward it, fingers bleeding now from the walls, clothes torn from the narrowing walls. He squeezed through the final crack and burst out. Into moonlight. He was outside. The forest stretched before him, damp and black under a full white moon. The fog was lower here, hugging the floor like spilled milk. And behind him, the opening, the tunnel, the living thing beneath the earth, was gone. Replaced by moss and rock. No seam. No wound in the ground. Only the sound of trees. He dropped to his knees, gasping. Free. But the ground beneath him pulsed once, faintly. Like the earth exhaled. Then, from the trees ahead, a voice. Caleb. Female. Familiar. He turned toward it. And saw Elena, his cousin, standing at the edge of the trees. Smiling. Only, it wasn't her smile. She stood at the edge of the trees. Elena. Or someone wearing her. Caleb blinked, heart caught in the vice of uncertainty, lungs aching from exertion and fear. The moonlight trickled across her face, revealing the familiar, her wild, wind-woven hair, the birthmark on her jaw, the red jacket she always wore, even when it wasn't cold. And the smile. Too wide. Too steady. He took a step back. Elena, he asked, though it came out more like a gasp. She didn't answer. Not right away. Her head tilted just slightly, not in confusion, but in recognition. As if hearing her name again after wearing someone else's too long. Her smile widened by a fraction, teeth catching the moonlight like polished bone. And then she moved. Not toward him. Not away. She just shifted. From standing still to standing slightly closer. Like a skipped frame in a video. No transition. No movement. Just there, and then there again. Caleb's gut twisted. Elena, he said again, more forcefully. What, where, how did you get here? She cocked her head further, then finally spoke. Her voice was soft. But it wasn't hers. It sounded like a whisper spoken from the bottom of a well, filtered through water and stone and time. Like someone trying to remember how her voice should sound. I followed the roots. Caleb's breath caught in his throat. What? They go everywhere, she continued, as though explaining something simple. Beneath the trees. Beneath the cabins. Beneath you. He took another step back. Elena, if that's really you. Her mouth opened. Too wide. From her lips, sap spilled out, thick and black and slow. It dripped onto the forest floor, steaming slightly in the cold air. Her body trembled, spasming in subtle bursts like something inside was pulling strings that didn't quite fit. Then her voice came again, but broken now. Fragmented. They whispered through my teeth. Caleb turned and ran. He didn't care where. The woods were back. That mattered. Trees. Air. Wind. All of it meant out. Meant up. Meant life. Even if everything about this forest was wrong now, darker, quieter, more watchful, it was still above ground. He crashed through the underbrush, his boots slick with dew and sap and blood. Branches clawed at his jacket. Leaves scraped his cheeks. The trees leaned in, thicker than before. He passed stones that looked like hunched figures. A stump shaped like a screaming face. A crow overhead flew without flapping its wings, gliding between branches that didn't move. He didn't stop until he hit the stream. Black water, barely trickling. It should have been running strong after the recent rain, but it moved in slow pulses, as though pumped by a heartbeat deep underground. Caleb dropped to his knees and cupped the water, drinking greedily. It tasted like metal. Behind him, laughter. Soft. A child's. He turned. No one. Then again, the same laugh, closer now. He spun and saw a figure at the top of the slope behind the stream. A girl. 10 years old, maybe. Hair matted with leaves. Skin pale. Eyes, gone. Just two blank, wet indentations where sight should be. She didn't move. She didn't speak. But her mouth hung open, as if mid-laughter. And then, her feet lifted from the ground. She rose. Slowly. Arms dangling at her sides. Head tilting upward as if tasting the air. Then she opened her mouth, wide, wider than a child's mouth should ever open. From the void of her throat came a voice. His own voice. Calling out from hours ago. Back when he first arrived. Back when he'd said, "Hello. Is someone out there?" She spoke it back, pitch perfect. Every syllable. Like a playback. As if the woods had recorded him. Then her voice layered, stacking over itself, fragmenting, looping, until she sounded like a choir of dying radios. The trees behind her moved. Something large shifted between them. Slow. Deliberate. Caleb ran again. This time he followed the stream, upstream, toward where he remembered a fire trail, an old ranger's access road. It was overgrown last time he'd seen it. But if he could find it now, maybe it still led back to the road. To something that didn't whisper. Something that didn't smile without eyes. The forest changed as he ran. The undergrowth thickened, even where it shouldn't. Vines coiled over his boots. Mushrooms bloomed on bark where none had been moments ago. Tree trunks bore carvings that weren't carvings, faces, again, just faint enough to be imagined, yet impossible to ignore. And above all, the whisper followed. Now it wasn't in the air. It was in the ground. He could feel it through his feet, through the soles of his boots. A low rhythm. A pulse. The forest was humming with it, like it was listening. He found the trailhead just as dawn threatened the edge of the sky. A pale smear of gray over black trees. The trail was worse than he remembered, nearly gone. But it was there. A line. A possibility. Caleb pushed forward. And then, something new. A cabin. Not his. Another one. Squat. Sunken. Covered in moss. The windows dark. The porch half collapsed. A wooden sign hung from the gable, crooked and soaked with rot. Letters barely visible beneath mold and vines. Ranger Station 14. His heart leapt. This could be salvation. He stepped onto the porch. The wood groaned under his weight. A smell hit him immediately, mold, yes, and something worse. Wet fur. Decay. Cold, still air. He opened the door. Inside, the darkness was thicker than it should be. He clicked his flashlight. It worked. The beam danced across a desk. A map. A pair of boots overturned. A coffee mug, half full, the surface now scabbed over with dust and time. Then, a sound. From deeper inside. A creak. A shuffle. He called out. Hello. Ranger. No answer. He stepped farther in. There, on the wall. A pinned photo. A group of rangers. Smiling. 4 of them. One wore a red jacket. Elena. And in the corner of the photo, half-cropped, barely in frame, was him. Not a look-alike. Him. Standing in shadow. Staring straight at the camera. Caleb's breath hitched as he stared at the faded photograph pinned to the peeling wooden wall. The yellowed edges curled like dead leaves, and dust motes floated in the beam of his flashlight, suspended like restless spirits. 4 rangers smiled frozen smiles beneath a sun that was long gone. The red jacket stood out sharply, Elena's jacket, even in the faded monochrome. But it was the shadow behind her that pulled at his gut. A figure, indistinct, blurred by time but unmistakably him. Not a double, not a trick of light, but himself. Staring directly into the camera with eyes too hollow to be his own. A cold shiver crawled up Caleb's spine. He pressed a shaking hand to the wall, as if by touching the photograph he could somehow hold on to the reality that felt like it was unraveling around him. This place, this Station 14, wasn't just a ranger outpost. It was a tomb. A trap. A memory buried under centuries of rot and whispered lies. He glanced around the room. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and rust, a metallic tang that reminded him of blood or old iron tools long forgotten. The desk was cluttered with yellowing papers, maps, logs, and handwritten notes scrawled in rushed script. Caleb's eyes scanned the topmost journal. It was dated July 13, 1976. The entries detailed patrols, wildlife sightings, and weather reports, banal things that grounded the place in normalcy, until a different kind of note began to appear. Found strange markings near the east ridge. They looked like claw marks but arranged in spirals, almost ritualistic. The locals are uneasy, whispering about the old roots that sleep beneath the forest. Strange lights spotted in the fog last night. Not from campfires or flashlights. Moving too fluidly, like something breathing. Another disappearance. Ranger McAllister didn't return from the North Patrol. Search teams report hearing laughter in the trees, children's laughter, but no sign of him. The forest swallows sound. It's as if it doesn't want us here. Caleb's fingers trembled as he turned the pages, the entries growing darker, more fragmented. The handwriting became scrawled, panic bleeding through each line. I hear them at night, whispering through the cabin walls. Voices I don't recognize, yet they call my name. I'm afraid the forest is awake. The roots beneath the earth are moving. Something stirs in the soil, hungry for shape. I saw it. The thing beneath the cabin. It has a heart that beats like a drum, and eyes that open in the stone. It watches. It waits. I tried to flee, but the forest won't let me go. The trees lean in too close, the shadows follow my steps. If anyone finds this, beware the root that sleeps. It is patient and ancient. It feeds on fear, on flesh, on memory. It is the forest itself, and the forest is not kind. Caleb swallowed hard. This was no accident. No random tragedy. The people here had been drawn, trapped, into the forest's hunger, just as he had been. He turned to the corner of the room where a battered filing cabinet stood. With a grunt, he pulled open a drawer. Inside were maps, dozens of them, layered with notes and scratches marking out the forest. And in red ink, a single phrase repeated over and over. The hollow below. A tunnel system. Underground passages sprawling like veins beneath the trees. They connected the cabins, the outposts, the forgotten graves. The forest was alive. Not just with trees and animals, but with something else. He rifled through the files until he found a report. Investigation into disappearances along the eastern ridge. Suspected underground tunnel collapse leading to fatalities. Witnesses report seeing figures with no faces, laughter echoing beneath the earth. No bodies recovered. Forest surrounding the area appears unnaturally quiet. Caleb closed the file, heart pounding. The stories from the underground chamber, the roots, the faces in the walls, they weren't legends. They were warnings. Suddenly, a noise startled him, a soft creak from above the ceiling. His flashlight beam snapped upward, catching a shifting shadow that flickered at the edge of vision. He spun, but the room was empty. Just peeling paint and broken furniture. He backed toward the door. Then stopped. On the floor by his feet, fresh footprints, muddy and wet, appeared, leading to the hallway outside. He wasn't alone. Following the prints, Caleb moved cautiously. The corridor stretched long and narrow, walls lined with more photographs and rusted tools. The air grew colder. The forest seemed to creep closer inside, vines curling over the doorway ahead, leaves scattered like forgotten whispers. And then he heard it. A voice. Soft. Calling. Elena. It wasn't her voice. Not quite. It was layered, fractured, as if too many spoke from one mouth. The sound drifted from a room down the hall. Caleb's hands clenched the book tighter. He moved toward the door, the whisper growing louder. Inside, the room was small, a storage closet, judging by the shelves stacked with rusted cans and broken lanterns. But it was the center that caught his eye. A mirror, cracked and fogged, stood against the far wall. Caleb stepped closer. The reflection rippled. And then shifted. The face in the glass was his, but twisted. Hollow eyes leaking black sap, a grin stretched impossibly wide, as if the reflection was alive, mocking, beckoning. Suddenly, the whisper turned to laughter. Surrounding him. Behind the walls. From the forest. From the earth beneath his feet. The hollow below was watching. Waiting. And the house was open. Caleb knew, with bone-deep certainty, there was no turning back. Caleb stood frozen before the cracked mirror, the flickering beam of his flashlight casting fractured shadows across the peeling paint and rotting wood of Station 14's forsaken storage room. The glass did not merely reflect his face, it twisted and stretched it into a grotesque caricature, eyes hollow and dripping with black sap, lips pulled back into a grin so wide it split his face in two. The grin was not his own but belonged to something ancient and malignant, a mocking smile that promised oblivion. He blinked. The reflection did not change. Caleb's throat tightened. His voice caught in his chest. He wanted to look away, but his gaze was locked by the mirror's hold, as if the glass was a portal and the thing inside was trying to drag him through. From somewhere deep within the cabin, a slow creaking echoed, a deliberate, rhythmic sound like wood bending under unseen weight. Caleb's heartbeat quickened in step with the creaks, each one echoing through the hollow station like a death knell. The whispering started again, barely audible at first, weaving in and out of the creaks. Come closer. Feed the root. It hungers. Caleb forced himself to break the gaze. He spun away from the mirror, tripping over a broken chair, the thud resonating like a gunshot in the silence. His flashlight flickered violently, then steadied. The beam danced across the narrow corridor leading deeper into the station, the walls lined with peeling wallpaper, long dead to moisture and mold. The stale air was thick and choking, carrying a faint metallic scent, iron, blood, and decay. He pressed forward, the whispered voices growing louder, more urgent. Somewhere, unseen, something breathed, heavy and wet, like lungs beneath stone. His boots slapped against the warped floorboards, carrying him toward a door half hidden behind a sagging curtain of moss and roots. The door was old, blackened oak cracked and splintered, its iron hinges rusted yet still menacing. Caleb reached out with a trembling hand and pushed it open. Beyond was a room unlike any he had seen so far. The walls were lined with shelves carved from the living wood itself, twisted and gnarled bark spiraling upward, covered in moss and creeping vines. The air thrummed with a low, incessant pulse, like the heartbeat he had sensed beneath the earth. At the center stood a massive wooden table, cracked and worn, upon which rested objects that defied explanation. There was a collection of bones, animal and human, interwoven with twisted roots that seemed to writhe in the faint green glow pulsing from the walls. Among the bones lay shards of broken glass, fragments of mirrors, and weathered photographs, their edges curled and faded with age. Caleb's gaze fell on a single photograph pinned to the table's surface. It was a picture of the cabin, not as it stood now, but decades ago, pristine and untouched, surrounded by dense forest and a cloudless sky. But in the foreground, shadowed and distorted, were figures hunched over, their faces obscured by darkness, hands stretched toward the cabin as if trying to pull it under the earth. Beneath the photo, scratched into the wood, was a single word. Rooted. Suddenly, the air shifted. The temperature plummeted, frost forming on Caleb's breath. The pulsing walls seemed to contract, the vines tightening as if squeezing the room itself. The whispering surged into a cacophony of voices, pleading, laughing, screaming, all layered together in a maddening tide. Caleb turned to flee, but the door slammed shut with a force that shook the cabin's very bones. Darkness swallowed the flashlight's beam. Panic clawed at him, breath ragged and loud in his ears. Then a faint glow illuminated the far corner, a figure materializing from the shadows, blurred and shifting, like smoke caught in moonlight. Elena. But not quite. Her eyes were empty pits, black as the void, and tendrils of root and shadow wove through her hair and skin, binding her to the cabin itself. Her smile was cold, cruel, and without mercy. "You brought the book," she whispered, voice layered with echoes of many. "The root hungers," she said, stepping forward. With each step, the wooden floorboards beneath her feet pulsed as if alive. Caleb stumbled back, clutching the book like a lifeline. She raised a hand, and the vines around the room surged toward him, thick and sinuous, twisting with terrible intent. "Feed it," she breathed. Caleb's mind screamed to resist, to run, to fight, but his body was caught in the grasp of the living wood. The vines wrapped around his ankles, climbing like serpents, cold and unyielding. Desperately, he opened the book. The pages writhed like living things, symbols crawling across the parchment like insects, whispering secrets that clawed into his mind. He read. And the forest's hunger grew. The walls pulsed faster. The heart beneath the cabin beat in time with the book's dark rhythm. The faces in the roots twisted, some screaming silently, others grinning with eternal hunger. Elena's shadowy form leaned closer, voice dripping like poison. "You are the shape it needs," she said. Caleb's vision blurred. The roots pulled tighter. The chamber began to spin. And then, just before the darkness claimed him, a voice shattered the nightmare. "Caleb." He snapped his eyes open. He was outside. The dawn was breaking, pale fingers of light cutting through the mist. He lay on the cold forest floor, soaked in dew and dirt, the book clutched in his hands like a cursed talisman. The cabin was gone, or maybe never there, swallowed by the forest's slow, hungry reclamation. But the whispering remained. Quiet now. Patient. Waiting for him to remember. To return. Caleb's eyes fluttered open to the gray light of dawn filtering through the dense canopy. The world around him was both familiar and alien. The forest breathed, pulsed, and shifted as though alive, but in a way that no forest should. The air was thick, sweet, and metallic all at once, carrying the scent of wet earth, rotting leaves, and something far older. He sat up slowly, limbs aching, his clothes damp with dew and a strange, sticky residue. The book rested heavily in his lap, its cover cold and unnervingly still. The whispers, faint but persistent, tickled the edges of his consciousness, like the rustling of leaves that weren't there. The forest was watching. And it remembered. He glanced around. The trees towered, their trunks gnarled and twisted, roots crawling like serpents beneath the soil. Moss clung to every surface, and in the soft earth between his fingers, he felt movement, a subtle, almost imperceptible trembling. As if the ground itself was breathing beneath him. Caleb rose cautiously, every step sinking slightly into the mossy floor. The path back to the cabin, or whatever that place had been, was gone. Reclaimed by the forest's relentless grasp, swallowed by creeping vines and choking underbrush. Ahead, a narrow trail wound deeper into the woods. It was faint but unmistakable, carved by feet long gone but still calling out. The whispers urged him forward, a siren song threaded with warning and promise. As he walked, shadows shifted at the edge of his vision, figures draped in bark and leaf, faces half seen between branches, eyes glinting like stars in the dim light. They did not move, did not speak, but their presence was undeniable. Silent watchers in a forest that no longer belonged to the living. The canopy above thickened, blotting out the sky, turning day into twilight. The air grew cooler, heavier, and Caleb's breath came in ragged gasps. He felt the pulse beneath his feet intensify, a slow, rhythmic beating that synced with his own heart. Then the ground trembled. A fissure split the earth ahead, jagged and wide enough to swallow a man. From its depths rose a scent, earthy and sweet, with a hint of decay, that made Caleb's stomach churn. He peered into the darkness below. Roots, thick and twisted, writhed like serpents. Faces pressed against the earthen walls, mouths open in silent screams, eyes pleading for release. The whispers surged, swelling into a chorus of voices that echoed inside his skull. Join us. Feed the root. Be the shape. Caleb swallowed hard, forcing himself to step back. But the forest was not done with him. From the shadows emerged a figure, a woman, her skin mottled with bark, hair woven with leaves and tendrils of moss. Her eyes glowed faintly, pale and unblinking. She moved with a grace that was both human and something else, fluid, deliberate, and impossibly slow. You carry the book, she said, voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Caleb nodded, clutching the tome tighter. The root stirs, she whispered, stepping closer. It hungers for form, for flesh, for memory. You are its vessel. Fear clenched his heart, but he met her gaze. Why me? He asked. She smiled, an expression both beautiful and terrifying. Because you listen. Because you remember what the forest forgets. She reached out, and Caleb felt a shiver as her fingers brushed his skin, cold and rough like bark. The whispers flooded his mind, visions unfurling like dark petals, ancient trees collapsing into the earth, roots twisting through forgotten graves, faces swallowed whole by the soil. He saw the cabin, the tunnels beneath, the heart pulsing in the darkness. And he saw himself, no longer running, but standing at the center of it all, the root's chosen shape. Will you let it take you? She asked. Caleb's breath caught. The forest waited. The root pulsed beneath his feet, growing stronger, reaching up like hands to pull him down. But in that moment, a new sound broke through the whispers, a steady, rhythmic pounding, like a drumbeat calling through the woods. Voices. Not the forest's. Human. Faint at first, then growing louder. Help. The forest's breath held. And Caleb faced a choice, succumb to the root's hunger, or fight to reclaim the shape stolen from him. The pounding grew louder, sharper, cutting through the thick, suffocating silence of the forest like a beacon. Caleb's heart mirrored the rhythm, a frantic drumbeat hammering in his chest, demanding action, survival. The whispers recoiled, twisting into frantic, dissonant voices, as if the forest itself recoiled from the sound. The roots beneath his feet quivered, tendrils curling and uncurling with an almost desperate urgency. Help, the voices called out again, but now clear, human. Not the warped echoes of the root, but something alive. Caleb turned toward the source, pushing through the underbrush, branches tearing at his jacket, thorns biting his skin. The forest canopy above was an impenetrable shroud, blotting out the sky and leaving only the eerie greenish-gray twilight. His breaths came hard and ragged, every step sank slightly into moss and wet earth, but he pushed on, drawn by the pulse of life amid the creeping decay. Ahead, between the twisted trunks of ancient trees, flickering lights appeared, dim, but unmistakable. Lanterns, swinging gently on ropes, held by figures moving cautiously, their faces marked by dirt and fear. They were a small group, no more than 6, armed with flashlights, axes, and old rifles. They moved with purpose, but their eyes darted nervously at the shadows. "Over here," Caleb called, voice hoarse but urgent. He stepped into a small clearing, the moonlight breaking through the canopy in thin, wavering beams. The group stopped, startled. "Who's there?" a man demanded, stepping forward, his rifle raised. "Caleb. Caleb Morgan. I've been trapped. The forest, it's alive. It's hunting me." His words spilled out, breathless and desperate. The woman holding the largest lantern stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "We've been tracking you," she said softly. "We know what's happening. Station 14. The tunnels beneath. The route." Caleb's throat tightened. "You know." A tall man with graying hair nodded grimly. "We call ourselves the Watchers. We've been guarding this forest for decades, trying to keep the root from spreading beyond its borders. But it's changing, growing stronger. It's not just below anymore. It's in the trees, the soil, even the air." The whispers surged again, a low, insistent hum that seemed to seep from the ground itself. The Watchers stiffened, eyes darting to the dark woods beyond the clearing. "They're coming," the woman said. "The rooted. Those who've been claimed by the forest. They never truly died. They're bound to the root now, part of it. And they want you." Caleb swallowed hard. "Why me?" The man with the rifle stepped closer, voice heavy with regret. "Because the root needs a shape. A vessel. Someone to carry its will above the soil. Someone who remembers the old ways." Caleb looked down at the book clutched in his hands. Its cover was still cold, the black threads writhing faintly as if alive. He felt the weight of it, not just in his hands but in his soul. "The root whispers to me," he said quietly. "It shows me things. Faces in the walls, tunnels beneath the earth. The heart that beats beneath the cabin." The woman nodded. "It's been calling you, preparing you. But you don't have to answer. You can fight." A sudden rustling from the tree leaves snapped all attention to the shadows. The rooted were coming. Emerging from the dark undergrowth, figures stepped into the clearing, limbs twisted like branches, skin mottled with bark and moss, eyes glowing faintly with unnatural light. They moved with an eerie, jerking grace, mouths opening in silent screams or wide grins filled with splintered teeth. The air around them pulsed with a sickly sweet rot. Caleb's blood ran cold. The Watchers raised their weapons, forming a protective circle. "Hold the line," the man shouted. Caleb stepped back, heart pounding as the rooted advanced. The earth beneath their feet shifted, and from the cracks, writhing roots erupted, grasping and twisting like living snakes. One rooted reached for Caleb, tendrils curling around his ankle. He kicked hard, breaking free just in time to see the others engage the Watchers in a fierce, desperate battle. The woods echoed with the clash of steel and the wet, sickening sounds of flesh tearing. Caleb looked down at the book. A sudden clarity surged through him. The pages flipped open on their own, revealing glowing symbols and ancient script. The whispers no longer begged, they commanded. He realized the root's hunger was not just for flesh but for knowledge, for binding itself to those who carried the will to resist. Summoning every ounce of courage, Caleb began to read aloud from the book. The words felt foreign yet ancient on his tongue, a language not spoken but remembered by the forest itself. The rooted recoiled, their forms flickering like shadows in a dying flame. The Watchers pressed their attack, hacking at the advancing horrors. Caleb's voice grew stronger, the book's light illuminating the clearing like dawn breaking through storm clouds. The root shrieked, an otherworldly sound that tore through the night, a terrible cry of loss and rage. The rooted staggered and fell, roots retracting into the earth, disappearing as the forest fell silent. The watchers lowered their weapons, breathing heavily but victorious, for now. The woman with the lantern approached Caleb, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You're one of us now," she said solemnly. "The root will keep calling, but together, we fight. Together, we remember." Caleb looked around at the forest, the ancient trees, the whispering shadows, the lingering echoes of the battle. The fight was far from over. The root was patient. And it was still hungry. Dawn crept slowly over the horizon, staining the sky with bruised purples and cold pinks as Caleb sat beside the dwindling embers of a campfire. The forest around him was heavy with silence, the kind that pressed in on your ears until even your own heartbeat sounded like thunder. The watchers moved quietly among the trees, shadows slipping between ancient trunks like ghosts tethered to the land. The woman who had placed her hand on his shoulder earlier, Mara, she had said her name was, sat across from him. Her eyes were fierce, burning with a knowledge born of decades spent fighting the slow, relentless spread of the root. Around them, the others maintained their vigil, weapons resting but ready, faces etched with exhaustion and wary determination. Caleb's hands trembled slightly as he traced the strange symbols that glowed faintly on the pages of the book. The ink was dark and oily, the script curling like vines curling around his fingers. Each word he had spoken earlier had felt like a key turning in a lock, awakening something deep in the forest's marrow. The root had screamed in response, a sound that still echoed in his ears, but it had receded, slithering back beneath the earth. "Tell me," Caleb said quietly, breaking the stillness. "What exactly are we fighting? What is this root?" Mara's eyes settled on him, reflecting the flickering flames. "It's older than the oldest tree in these woods," she began. "Older than the mountains, the rivers. The root is the forest's memory and its curse. It's a living entity, part plant, part spirit, part something else we don't understand. It feeds on life, yes, but also on time, on memory, on the essence of those it claims. When it finds a vessel, someone like you, it tries to rewrite the shape of reality through them." Caleb swallowed hard, the weight of her words sinking in. "The faces I saw, the voices, the tunnels, it's all connected to this root." She nodded. "The tunnels beneath Station 14 are its veins. The faces trapped in the walls, those are souls caught in its grasp, people who tried to fight but became part of the forest's endless hunger. The root doesn't just consume bodies, it consumes stories, histories, identities. It wants to grow, to spread beyond these woods." A chill passed over Caleb. "But why me? Why did it choose me?" Mara's gaze was steady, unflinching. "Because you remember. Because you resisted longer than most. The root needs a vessel to carry its will into the world above the soil. Someone with a connection to the past, to the stories the forest wants to bury. You're a thread it can weave into its fabric." Caleb's eyes dropped to the book. "And if I refuse?" Mara's smile was small but resolute. "Then you fight. We fight. Together." The forest around them seemed to listen, the shadows flickering in response as a cool wind whispered through the leaves. Suddenly, a rustle shattered the fragile calm. Heads snapped up, weapons raised. From the edge of the clearing emerged a man, ragged, gaunt, eyes wild with desperation. "Help," he gasped. "The root, it's spreading faster. The tunnels, they're opening. It's coming for the town." Mara rose immediately, rallying the group. "Get ready," she commanded. "We move at first light." As the night deepened, Caleb sat alone beneath an ancient oak, the book resting on his knees. The whispers returned, softer now, weaving around him like tendrils of fog. "You are the shape. You are the root." He closed his eyes, feeling the forest's breath against his skin, the pulse beneath his feet. Somewhere deep in the darkness, the heart waited. And Caleb knew the fight was only beginning. The first light of dawn barely filtered through the dense canopy as Caleb and the watchers made their way toward the old ranger station's collapsed tunnels. The forest around them felt alive, breathing, watching, waiting. Every step echoed with the sound of unseen things shifting just beneath the surface. Mara led the group, her eyes sharp as she scanned the twisted undergrowth and jagged tree roots that clawed at their boots. The others followed closely, weapons drawn but eyes alert for any sign of the rooted or worse. "The tunnels are unstable," she warned in a low voice. "Collapsed in places, but still breathing. We don't know how deep the root has spread, but it's hungry. We have to stop it before it reaches the town." Caleb's hand gripped the book tightly, its surface cold and heavy in his palm. He could feel the words pulsing beneath his skin, as if the book itself was alive and eager for what was to come. They reached the entrance to the tunnel system, a jagged maw in the earth partially hidden beneath moss and fallen branches. The air that seeped from within was thick and musty, carrying the scent of damp stone, rot, and something darker, old blood and decay. One of the watchers, a wiry man named Jacob, lit a lantern. The flickering light cast long shadows on the uneven walls, revealing ancient carvings etched into the stone, twisting roots, faces contorted in silent screams, and strange symbols that glowed faintly under the lantern's glow. "This is where the root grows strongest," Jacob said, voice barely a whisper. "These tunnels are its veins, carrying life and death beneath the forest floor." Caleb swallowed and stepped inside, the earth closing behind him like the closing of a coffin lid. The tunnel was narrow, forcing them to move in single file. The walls seemed to pulse with a faint, greenish light, and the floor was slick with moisture and patches of black sap that clung to their boots. The whispers returned, louder here, weaving through the air like a chorus of lost souls. "Join us. Shape the root. Become one." Caleb's heart hammered in his chest as he raised the book. The symbols inside glowed faintly, casting eerie shadows on the tunnel walls. He began to recite the incantations he had learned, words that felt foreign yet ancient, words that seemed to bind the forest and the root together. The tunnel trembled beneath their feet. From the darkness ahead, a low growl rumbled, followed by the sound of scraping claws on stone. The rooted emerged from the shadows, twisted, half-human creatures with bark-like skin and glowing eyes. Their limbs were gnarled branches, their mouths filled with broken teeth and sap-dripping tongues. They moved silently but with deadly intent, blocking the path forward. The watchers raised their weapons, axes gleaming and rifles steady. The fight was brutal, metal against wood and flesh, echoes of screams and snarls filling the confined space. Caleb's voice rose above the chaos, chanting the ancient words, the book's light flaring brighter with each phrase. The rooted faltered, shrieking as the light burned against their corrupted forms. Roots writhed and cracked, splintering under the power of Caleb's incantation. But the root was relentless. More creatures poured from side tunnels, their numbers swelling like a tide of darkness. Caleb felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if the root was clawing at his very soul. He gasped, stumbling back against the damp stone wall. Mara's voice cut through the chaos. "Hold the line. Don't let them reach the heart." Caleb realized, the heart beneath the cabin, the pulsing center of the root's power, was connected to these tunnels. Destroying it meant cutting off the root's lifeblood. But the way forward was blocked. The Watchers fought with desperate fury, but exhaustion was setting in. Caleb closed his eyes and focused on the book, the symbols glowing brighter than ever. The whispers changed, no longer pleading or commanding, but warning. You must become the shape. A sudden burst of clarity struck him. The root wasn't just an enemy, it was a part of the forest's soul, ancient and hungry, yes, but also necessary. To destroy it outright might mean destroying the forest itself. He opened his eyes and shouted to the Watchers, "We don't destroy the root. We shape it. We bind it. The book, it's the key." Mara looked at him, doubt flickering in her eyes. "We don't have time for this," she shouted. "The rooted are breaking through." Caleb nodded grimly. "If we can channel the book's power, we can control the root's growth. Shape it so it stops feeding on the living." With trembling hands, Caleb stepped forward into the tunnel's center, raising the book high. The glowing symbols pulsed in time with the heart beneath the earth, the ground trembling beneath his feet. He began to chant again, the ancient words rolling off his tongue like a prayer and a command. The rooted shrieked and lunged, but the light flared, forming a shield around Caleb and the Watchers. The tunnel walls glowed brighter, the carvings shining with newfound life. Roots inside the earth pulsed and writhed, responding to Caleb's voice, twisting and turning as if listening. Slowly, the rooted faltered, then retreated back into the shadows. The heart beneath the cabin slowed its beat, the oppressive weight in the air lifting. Caleb's voice faltered, but he pressed on until the last word left his lips. Silence fell. The tunnel was still. The root was no longer hungry. But Caleb knew the battle was far from over. The forest's breath was slow, but steady, and it would always remember. The silence that followed Caleb's final incantation was not the quiet of peace but the hush before a storm. The tunnels beneath the forest held their breath, and the pulsing heart of the root slowed, its furious pounding tempered to a steady thrum, as if acknowledging a truce rather than surrender. Caleb knelt in the damp earth, the book resting heavy in his lap. His fingers traced the glowing symbols, feeling the faint warmth seep into his skin, as if the forest itself was breathing through the pages. Around him, the Watchers stood in a wary circle, their faces etched with exhaustion, relief, and something deeper, uncertainty. Mara stepped forward, breaking the stillness. "It's not destroyed," she said softly. "It's changed." Caleb nodded. "It remembers. The root is the forest's memory, pain, loss, and the life it holds. We didn't kill it, we rewrote its song." The walls of the tunnel seemed to shimmer, and suddenly the carvings on the stone began to shift and move like living things. Faces emerged, some peaceful, others twisted in silent agony, ancient spirits bound to the root's will. Their eyes opened slowly, revealing depths of sorrow and wisdom. A voice echoed through the chamber, soft, layered, and haunting. "You who remember, carry our stories. The forest's breath, the root's song." Caleb felt a wave of memories wash over him, visions of the forest through centuries, the first settlers carving paths, the old rites whispered beneath the canopy, the tragedies buried beneath the earth, and the souls lost to the root's hunger. He realized then that the root was not just a parasite but a guardian, a keeper of the balance between life and death, growth and decay. It fed not only on flesh but on forgetting, on silence. The root was a song, and Caleb was now part of its melody. Suddenly, the air shifted. From the shadows emerged a figure, older than time, with skin like bark and eyes like molten gold. the ancient guardian of the forest. You have heard the roots call, the figure said, voice like wind through dry leaves. You have shaped its song. But the forest still waits. Caleb rose, feeling the weight of destiny settle on his shoulders. What does it want? To live in balance, the guardian replied. To protect and be protected. But the hunger remains, for those who forget, for those who deny. The watchers exchanged glances. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. Caleb looked down at the book, now glowing faintly with a gentle light. I will carry the story, he said. I will remember. The guardian smiled, the forest around them pulsing with new life. The root's memory had found a new voice. And the forest breathed on. The forest around Caleb was no longer merely a collection of trees and shadows, it had become a living entity, a sentient presence whose breath he could feel in every rustling leaf and every shivering root beneath his feet. The ancient guardian's words echoed in his mind like a chant, a reminder that balance was fragile, and the root's hunger never fully satiated. The watchers had made camp at the edge of a clearing suffused with an otherworldly green glow. The air was thick with the scent of moss and wet earth, but beneath it lingered something more elusive, a faint metallic tang, a whisper of forgotten sorrow. The forest was alive with the echoes of stories long buried, and Caleb felt those tales weaving into his own heartbeat. Around the fire, the watchers spoke in low voices, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Mara traced patterns in the dirt, the lines glowing faintly as if alive. Jacob cleaned his rifle mechanically, but his eyes never left the shadows beyond the camp's fragile light. Caleb sat apart, the book open on his lap, the ancient script flickering with quiet luminescence. The root's song hummed softly beneath his skin, a low vibration that grew stronger with each passing moment. He realized that the forest had become a veil, a thin boundary between worlds, between the living and the lost, the past and the present. Do you feel it? Mara's voice was a whisper, drawing Caleb's attention. The forest breathes around us, but it's more than just life. It's a threshold. Caleb nodded slowly. The root's memory is tied to that veil. It remembers those who have crossed it, those claimed by the forest, and those who walk its edge. From the darkness, a figure emerged, a young girl, no older than 12, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. Her clothes were tattered, and vines seemed to grow from her skin, intertwining with her hair like living threads. I'm Lila, she said softly, stepping into the firelight. I've been lost in the forest for days. Mara's eyes narrowed. You should not be here. The root does not let go easily. Lila looked down, her voice trembling. I heard the whispers. They called me. I followed the light, but the forest changed. Caleb's heart ached. The root had claimed another, binding her to the forest's song. He reached out gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. You're safe now. We'll help you. But Lila's gaze drifted to the trees, her eyes distant. The veil is thin. I've seen them, shadows that don't belong, faces in the bark, voices beneath the wind. The camp fell silent, the firelight flickering as a cold breeze swept through the clearing. Jacob gripped his rifle tighter. The rooted are restless. They're drawn to the veil. Caleb closed the book, feeling the pulse of the root quicken. The forest was shifting again, the boundary between worlds weakening. We need to reinforce the veil, he said. Before the rooted crossed through. Mara nodded. There's an old site, a circle of stones deep in the heart of the forest. It was once a place of power, a barrier between this world and the next. The watchers prepared to move, gathering supplies and weapons. Caleb felt the weight of the book in his hands, the roots' song rising within him. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew heavier, the shadows thicker. Strange sounds echoed, distant laughter, the snap of branches, and the ever-present whispering. At the circle of stones, the air shimmered like heat haze, the veil thin and trembling. Caleb stepped forward, raising the book. He began to chant the ancient words, his voice steady despite the cold gnawing at his bones. The stones pulsed with light, roots weaving between them, sealing the veil with a living barrier. But in the distance, a scream pierced the night, a sound not entirely human, a cry of rage and sorrow. The forest was awakening. And the veil was holding, for now. The scream shattered the fragile calm of the night, ripping through the dense forest like a blade. It was a sound that carried no warmth, no hope, only raw, agonized rage and despair. The watchers froze, their breaths caught in their throats as the echoes bounced between twisted trunks and vanished into the thick canopy above. Caleb's heart pounded like a drum, the roots' pulse quickening beneath his skin. The veil he had helped seal at the circle of stones was holding, but barely. The forest was restless, a beast stirred from a long slumber, and now it clawed at the edges of reality. Mara's eyes narrowed, the lines of exhaustion deepening on her face. "That scream," she whispered, "it's not just the rooted anymore. Something older, something more desperate." The watchers gathered quickly, extinguishing the fire and drawing their weapons as shadows swallowed the clearing. Caleb clutched the book tightly, the symbols glowing faintly in the darkness, casting eerie light on the faces around him. "Stay close," Mara commanded. We moved toward the source. They stepped into the forest's embrace, the air thick with damp earth and decay. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches twisting toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The whispering returned, louder now, a cacophony of voices overlapping in a maddening chorus. The group moved cautiously, guided by the flickering lanterns and Caleb's glowing book. The forest seemed to shift around them, paths disappearing, new trails opening like wounds in the earth. The rooted lurked in the shadows, their hollow eyes reflecting the dim light as they watched, waiting. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. From the darkness ahead, a low rumble rose, growing louder, shaking the very roots of the forest. Ahead, the earth cracked open, a jagged chasm tearing through the undergrowth. From its depths rose a figure, massive, twisted, and ancient. Its body was a grotesque fusion of bark, bone, and sinew, tendrils of root writhing like serpents around it. Its eyes glowed with molten fury, and its maw opened to unleash a howl that shook the night. "The heart root," Mara breathed, fear threading her voice. "The forest's ancient guardian, or its curse." The creature moved with terrifying grace, its limbs crashing through the trees, roots twisting and tearing at the earth. The watchers formed a defensive circle, weapons raised, while Caleb stepped forward, the book blazing with radiant light. He began to chant, the ancient language flowing from his lips, weaving a spell of binding and protection. The ground pulsed with energy as the root's power surged, responding to Caleb's voice. The heart root howled again, a sound of rage and sorrow, and charged. The battle was fierce and chaotic. The watchers fought desperately, axes and rifles striking at the creature's massive limbs, but the heartroot's bark-like skin was nearly impenetrable. Roots lashed out, ensnaring limbs and pulling warriors to the earth. Caleb focused on the book, pouring every ounce of will into the incantation. The glowing symbols wrapped around the heartroot like chains of light, slowing its advance. But the creature was relentless. With a roar, it broke free, shaking off the bindings and lunging toward Caleb. The book slipped from his grasp, falling to the forest floor as the Hartrot's massive hand slammed down. Darkness swallowed Caleb. When he opened his eyes, he was beneath the earth, surrounded by roots and faces frozen in silent torment. The whispers were deafening, voices of the lost souls bound to the root's will. "You carry the root's song," a voice echoed inside his mind. "You are the shape it needs." Caleb struggled against the darkness, fighting the pull of the root that sought to claim him. Above, the watchers battled on, their voices rising in defiance, but Caleb knew the true battle was within. He closed his eyes, reaching deep into the memories the root carried, the pain, the loss, the ancient sorrow. And he remembered. Darkness wrapped around Caleb like a suffocating shroud, pressing in from all sides with an unyielding weight. The tangled roots that encased him were not merely wood and earth, they pulsed with life, cold and ancient, and seemed to bind not just his body but his very soul. Faces, twisted in silent screams and sorrow, pressed against the bark, their hollow eyes locked on him, pleading and accusing in equal measure. The whispers filled his mind, a relentless torrent of voices overlapping in maddening chorus. They spoke in a language older than time itself, a language of loss and longing, of forgotten pain and buried secrets. "Remember, remember, remember." Caleb's breath came in ragged gasps. He fought against the root's crushing grip, but the more he struggled, the tighter they clung. It was as if the forest itself sought to pull him into its ancient heart, to make him part of its endless memory. But somewhere deep inside, a spark of defiance burned. He focused on that spark, on the stories the root wanted him to remember, the tragedies hidden beneath the soil, the lives lost to the forest's hunger, and the rituals once performed to keep the balance. The root was not merely a parasite, it was a guardian of forgotten history, a living archive of the forest's soul. As he surrendered to the flood of memories, visions unfolded before his mind's eye, a village long consumed by the forest's encroaching roots, fires burning beneath the canopy, chants echoing in the night air, and faces of those who had fought to protect the land from the growing darkness. Among the visions, one stood out, a figure cloaked in shadow, standing at the edge of the village with a book much like the one Caleb now held. That figure reached out, hands glowing with a light that seemed to weave into the very roots themselves. Caleb realized with a shiver, he was not the first to carry this burden. There had been others, guardians bound by fate to the root's memory, tasked with weaving its song to preserve the forest's balance. The roots around him began to pulse in time with the visions, their grip loosening ever so slightly. He opened his eyes and saw the faces pressed against the bark change, no longer accusing but peaceful, as if recognizing him as one of their own. A voice echoed softly, not in his ears but inside his mind. "You remember. You carry the shape. You are the root's song." Caleb understood now that his fate was intertwined with the forest's, that to fight the root was to fight himself, and to embrace it was to carry the weight of 1,000 lost souls. He reached out with his mind, touching the core of the root's memory. Images flooded him, the ancient rites, the sacrifices, the delicate balance between growth and decay, life and death. With a surge of will, he began to sing the root's song, his voice rising above the whispers, weaving a melody of remembrance and hope. The roots released their hold, and Caleb found himself rising from the depths of memory, gasping as he broke through the earth into the dim light of the forest above. The watchers surrounded him, their faces a mix of relief and awe. Mara stepped forward, eyes shining with a fierce pride. "You have faced the root's memory and returned. The forest will listen now." Caleb looked at the book in his hands, its glow now steady and warm. "The root's song is not just hunger," he said softly. "It's a story. And I'm its keeper." The forest around them seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the heavy weight of centuries lifting ever so slightly. But Caleb knew the path ahead was long. The root's hunger was patient, and the forest's breath was eternal. He was bound to both. The forest seemed to exhale around them, a deep, slow breath that stirred the leaves and rippled through the moss-covered ground like a living pulse. The heavy tension that had gripped Caleb's chest since his descent into the root's memory loosened slightly, replaced by a somber reverence. The watchers moved silently beside him, their eyes wide with newfound respect and an unspoken understanding. They were no longer just fighters, they were keepers of a fragile balance between light and shadow. Caleb's gaze wandered upward, tracing the tangled canopy where faint shafts of sunlight pierced the dense foliage, casting shimmering patterns on the forest floor. Yet beneath that serene beauty lurked an undercurrent of sorrow, the whispered lament of the ancient woods, a mourning for the lives lost and the time forgotten. He clutched the book tightly, feeling the warmth radiate through his fingers. The glowing script pulsed gently, alive with stories woven into its very fibers, stories of love and loss, of sacrifices made to protect this land from the insatiable hunger of the root. The book was no longer a burden, it was a beacon, a vessel carrying the song of the forest's soul. Mara broke the silence, her voice low and steady. We've sealed the heart beneath the cabin for now, but the root's hunger is endless. It will seek other vessels, other memories to consume. Caleb nodded slowly. We must find the source of its strength. The root's song is tied to the ancient rites, the places where the veil between worlds thins, where the forest spirit dwells strongest. Jacob, the rifle-wielding watcher, spat on the ground. We've heard rumors of a hidden grove deep in the forest, a place older than the village, where the first guardians made their stand. If we can find it, maybe we can learn how to bind the root for good. The group set off once more, their footsteps muffled by thick moss and fallen leaves. The forest closed around them, shadows lengthening as the day waned. Strange sounds echoed through the underbrush, distant howls, the rustling of unseen creatures, and the ever-present whispering that threaded through the air like a ghostly symphony. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with an almost tangible energy. The trees themselves seemed to lean inward, their gnarled branches twisting like ancient sentinels guarding secrets long buried. Caleb felt the roots pulse growing stronger beneath his feet, a rhythmic thudding that resonated with the beating of his own heart. Suddenly, the path opened into a vast clearing bathed in a ghostly silver light. At its center stood a circle of ancient stones, worn smooth by time and adorned with moss and vines. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, and a palpable sense of power hung over the place. This is it, Mara whispered. The Grove of Whispers. The heart of the forest's memory. Caleb stepped forward, the book glowing brighter with each step. He laid his hand upon one of the stones, and the ground trembled beneath them. The whispers swelled into a chorus, voices rising in harmony, weaving a tale of forgotten rituals and the delicate balance between growth and decay. The stones pulsed with light, roots weaving between them like living threads. The veil between worlds shimmered, revealing glimpses of shadowy figures, guardians of old, bound to the forest's will, watching and waiting. Caleb closed his eyes, feeling the forest's lament wash over him, a mournful song of loss, hope, and eternal vigilance. He knew the path ahead was fraught with danger, that the root's hunger would not be easily sated. But he also knew that as long as the song was remembered, as long as the balance was preserved, there was hope. The forest was alive. And so was its song. The forest's breath seemed to hold its rhythm as Caleb and the watchers lingered in the Grove of Whispers, surrounded by the ancient stones that hummed with a power both fragile and immense. The silver light bathing the clearing gave everything an ethereal glow, transforming the familiar into something otherworldly, as if the boundary between the physical world and the realm of spirits had thinned to near invisibility. Caleb's fingers traced the moss-covered edges of one of the stones, feeling the rough texture beneath his skin, and the pulsing warmth beneath it. The book in his lap vibrated in sync with the subtle heartbeat of the grove, its glowing symbols casting soft light across the faces of the watchers, who watched him with a mix of awe and trepidation. "The grove is the forest's memory bank," Mara said quietly, breaking the stillness. "Every story, every loss, every sacrifice is woven into these stones. The root draws its strength from the memories it consumes. To bind it, we must feed it something else, something pure." Jacob nodded grimly. "The root's hunger isn't just physical. It craves stories, memories, and meaning. If we starve it of those, it weakens." Caleb's mind raced. He realized the battle wasn't just against the creeping tendrils or the twisted rooted, it was a war over memory, history, and identity itself. The whispers around them intensified, voices overlapping in an eerie chorus. Caleb closed his eyes, opening his heart to the flood of voices, allowing the tales of the lost souls to wash over him. He saw visions of the past, settlers carving out the land, ancient rituals performed beneath the full moon, sacrifices made to appease the forest spirit, and the roots' slow, creeping corruption spreading beneath their feet. He saw faces of those who had resisted, their memories etched into the stones as warnings and prayers. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a deep rumbling that sent shockwaves through the clearing. The silver light flickered, casting twisted shadows across the ancient stones. From the darkness beyond the grove, a figure emerged, tall and gaunt, cloaked in bark and moss, eyes glowing with unnatural light. It moved with a predatory grace, limbs twisting like gnarled branches. "The elder root," Mara whispered, her voice heavy with dread. "The oldest and most powerful of the forest's guardians, and its fiercest protector." The elder root's gaze fixed on Caleb, recognizing the bearer of the book. It stepped forward, roots writhing and extending like snakes, its presence radiating a power that seemed to shake the very ground. Caleb rose slowly, the book's glow intensifying. He knew this confrontation was inevitable, a test of wills, a battle for the soul of the forest itself. The elder root spoke without words, its voice a chorus of rustling leaves and creaking wood inside Caleb's mind. "You carry the root's song, but do you understand its true meaning? To shape the forest, you must embrace its darkness as well as its light." Caleb's heart thundered, but he stood firm. "I carry the stories, the pain, the loss, the hope. The forest's breath is both life and death. I will honor both." The elder root's eyes glowed brighter, tendrils reaching toward Caleb. The ground trembled as the root's power surged, threatening to engulf the grove in darkness. But Caleb raised the book, chanting the ancient incantations with renewed strength. The stones pulsed with light, weaving a protective barrier that shimmered with energy. The elder root hesitated, its form flickering like a fading shadow. With a final roar, it withdrew into the darkness, leaving the grove trembling but intact. Breathless, Caleb lowered the book, the glow softening to a gentle pulse. Mara stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You have passed the trial. The root listens." Caleb looked around the grove, feeling the weight of the forest's history pressing upon him. The battle was far from over, but hope lingered in the ancient stones. The forest whispered its thanks. And Caleb knew his journey had only just begun. The night had settled thick and heavy around the grove of whispers, wrapping the ancient stones in shadows that danced beneath the silver glow of a waning moon. The air was cool and damp, filled with the scent of moss, earth, and the lingering trace of smoke from the campfire the watchers had hastily doused. Every sound, the creak of a branch, the whisper of the wind, seemed magnified in the stillness, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Caleb stood in the center of the circle, the book now closed but warm against his chest. The ritual had ended, yet the weight of what had transpired pressed upon him like a physical force. The grove had accepted him, or at least, tolerated his presence, and the elder root had retreated, but the battle between memory and oblivion was far from over. Around him, the watchers spoke in hushed tones, eyes flickering toward the encroaching darkness that pressed against the boundaries of the clearing. Mara's voice cut through the quiet like a blade. The elder root's withdrawal is temporary. Its hunger is patient. It will return, and with greater fury. Caleb nodded, a chill creeping up his spine. We need to act before it does. The root's power is tied to the forest's veins, those tunnels beneath Station 14. If we can sever the connection, we might cripple its influence. Jacob, ever pragmatic, spat onto the ground. Easier said than done. Those tunnels are a labyrinth, and who knows what else lurks down there. The rooted aren't the only dangers. The forest around them seemed to ripple in response, the underbrush stirring as if something unseen shifted within the shadows. The path they had taken to reach the grove was already obscured by creeping vines and twisting roots. It was as though the forest itself was rearranging, hiding its secrets behind shifting walls of bark and leaf. Caleb's gaze narrowed. The forest changes because it wants to hide its heart. We need a guide, someone who knows the old paths. Mara hesitated before speaking. There is someone. An elder from the village on the forest's edge, Silas. He's lived here all his life, knows the woods better than any of us. The mention of Silas stirred memories in Caleb, a man rumored to have vanished into the forest years ago, whispered about in fearful tones. Some said he had been claimed by the root, others that he had become one with the trees themselves. We find him, Caleb said firmly. He's our best chance. The watchers agreed, and under the cloak of night, they set off toward the village that lay just beyond the forest's grasp. The journey was tense, every crack of twig and distant howl a reminder of the dangers lurking in the dark. As they reached the village, Caleb's eyes scanned the familiar yet changed faces, weathered by hardship, haunted by secrets. The air was thick with unease, the villagers wary of outsiders, especially those who spoke of the forest's dark heart. In the dim light of a small cottage at the village's edge, they found Silas, a wiry man with deep-set eyes that gleamed with knowledge and something older, a weariness born of watching the forest's slow encroachment. I've been waiting for you, Silas said quietly, voice rough like gravel. The forest has been restless. The root's hunger grows. Caleb stepped forward, showing him the book. We need your guidance. The root's power is tied to the tunnels beneath Station 14. We have to sever its reach. Silas's eyes flickered to the glowing book. That book is a key, yes. But the forest's heart is deeper than tunnels or roots. It's woven into the land, the air, the very soul of these woods. To fight it, you must understand the balance it demands. The night deepened as Silas shared stories of the old rites, ceremonies to honor the forest spirit, to keep the root's hunger in check, and warnings of what happens when balance is lost. He spoke of paths hidden beneath moss and stone, of gateways between worlds that shifted with the seasons, and of sacrifices made to protect the living from the dead. Caleb listened intently, the weight of his task growing heavier but clearer. When dawn broke, the forest awaited them, a living maze of shifting shadows and whispered promises. With Silas as their guide, the watchers and Caleb prepared to delve once more into the labyrinth beneath Station 14, determined to face the root's heart and reclaim the soul of the forest. The first pale light of dawn seeped hesitantly through the dense canopy as Caleb, Mara, Jacob, Silas, and the remaining watchers gathered at the edge of Station 14. The old ranger station lay in ruins, half swallowed by the relentless forest, vines strangling its skeleton as moss crept over shattered windows and rotting beams. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, mingled with an eerie stillness that seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Silas paused at the entrance, his weathered face shadowed with a mixture of reverence and dread. Beneath this place lies the labyrinth, the veins of the root that stretch far beyond what most realize. The tunnels are older than any map, older than the forest itself, carved by forgotten hands and nourished by ancient magic. Caleb tightened his grip on the book, its faint glow casting dancing patterns on the cracked concrete. "We have to find the heart," Caleb said, voice steady but tinged with urgency. "Cut it off from the forest above." Silas gave a grim nod. "The root's heart lies deep, protected by more than just tangled roots. There are guardians, things that were once human, now twisted beyond recognition. They patrol the labyrinth, bound to the root's will." Mara unslung her axe, her jaw clenched. "Then we move quickly. The longer we wait, the stronger the root grows." The group descended into the crumbling entrance of the ranger station, stepping carefully over broken glass and debris before the earth swallowed them whole. The tunnel mouth was narrow, the air stale and heavy, carrying the faintest whisper of rot and sorrow. As they ventured deeper, the glow from Caleb's book illuminated the winding paths, revealing walls slick with black sap and gnarled roots that pulsated faintly like veins. The labyrinth twisted and turned, its corridors fracturing into dead ends and hidden chambers. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent here, filling the tunnels with voices of the lost, prayers, curses, cries of despair. At one bend, they encountered their first guardian, a towering figure woven from bark and bone, its eyes glowing with a cold, malevolent light. It moved silently but with unstoppable purpose, its limbs creaking as it advanced toward them. The watchers formed a protective line, weapons drawn. The fight was brutal, metal clashed against the creature's bark-like skin, the air filled with grunts, snarls, and the sickening crack of splintering wood. Caleb focused on the book, chanting the ancient incantations he had learned. The symbols flared with light, striking the guardian with beams that carved into its twisted form. With a final, echoing groan, the creature collapsed into a pile of shattered roots and splinters. The group pressed onward, weary but determined. Hours passed, the labyrinth shifting and changing around them. Sometimes the tunnels seemed endless, stretching into darkness that defied comprehension. Other times, strange pockets of life blossomed within, tiny glowing fungi, crystal-clear pools reflecting stars unseen in the sky above, and ancient carvings hinting at rites long forgotten. Silas led the way with unerring certainty, his eyes scanning the shadows for traps and illusions. At last, they reached a vast chamber, the heart of the labyrinth. It was a cathedral of roots and stone, the air thrumming with raw power. At its center pulsed a massive knot of intertwining roots, glowing with an eerie green light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. The root's heart. Caleb stepped forward, the book's glow intensifying. He began the incantation, weaving the root's song with every fiber of his being. But the heart shuddered and pulsed violently, sending tendrils lashing outward. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, its form shifting and writhing like smoke, an embodiment of the root's hunger itself. The final battle had begun. The chamber pulsed with an unnatural energy, the twisted heart of the root throbbing like a living thing, its eerie green glow casting long, writhing shadows against the stone walls. The very air seemed thick with power, charged and volatile, as if the forest itself had exhaled a breath of ancient fury. Caleb stood at the center, the book in his hands blazing with radiant light. His voice rose in steady incantation, weaving the ancient song that bound the root's hunger, seeking to calm the beast beneath the earth. But the root's heart was no docile thing, it was a tempest, a storm of endless craving and primal force. From the swirling shadows emerged the embodiment of that hunger, a figure formed of twisting roots and dark smoke, shifting constantly, eyes burning like coals in the depths of a fire. It moved with a fluid menace, limbs reaching out to snuff the light from Caleb's book. The watchers formed a protective ring, axes and rifles ready, but the air thrummed with a palpable tension that no weapon could easily cut through. The hunger spoke, not in words but in a chorus of voices, whispers of despair, rage, and forgotten pain flooding Caleb's mind. It sought to overwhelm him, to consume his very essence and add his memories to the endless depths of the root. Caleb's grip tightened on the book, his voice unwavering despite the onslaught of dark thoughts pressing against his mind. The glowing script flared brighter, weaving a shield of light around him, pushing back the tendrils of shadow. Mara charged, her axe singing through the air, striking at the root's shifting form. The creature recoiled, but its limbs lashed out, sweeping her off her feet and slamming her into the cold stone. Jacob fired his rifle, each bullet thudding against the creature's bark-like hide, momentarily staggering it. Caleb closed his eyes, drawing deeper into the root's song, seeking the balance between light and darkness, hunger and restraint. The chamber trembled violently as the root's heart pulsed faster, tendrils bursting forth to engulf the intruders. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos, a voice ancient and steady. "Remember who you are." The words echoed through the chamber, calming the storm within Caleb's mind. He opened his eyes to see the ancient guardian from the Grove of Whispers, stepping through a shimmering veil of light. The guardian raised its hand, and the tendrils recoiled as if burned by pure flame. "You carry the root's song," it intoned. "But it is your own will that shapes its fate." Together, Caleb and the guardian channeled their power, the book and the ancient magic weaving together, binding the root's heart in chains of light and memory. The hunger howled, a sound of rage and despair, but gradually it slowed, the shadows retreating back into the earth. The chamber stilled, the green glow dimming to a gentle pulse. Mara groaned, struggling to her feet, while Jacob wiped sweat and dirt from his brow. Caleb looked at the bound root's heart, feeling the immense weight of what had just transpired. The forest was still alive, but for now, the hunger was sated. The root's song continued, a melody of balance, memory, and eternal vigilance. The chamber lay silent, the heavy breath of the forest retreating into a fragile calm. Caleb stood at the heart of the labyrinth, the ancient book warm in his hands, its glow now steady and soft like a fading ember. Around him, the watchers caught their breath, bodies bruised and hearts heavy with the weight of the battle just endured. Outside, the forest pressed against the edges of the ranger station ruins, its dark canopy a living sea of shadows and secrets. Yet for the first time in what felt like an eternity, that darkness seemed less oppressive, as if the forest itself had accepted the fragile peace Caleb and his companions had fought to forge. Caleb's eyes scanned the bound root's heart, the massive tangle of veins and sinew pulsing gently, no longer a tempest of hunger but a rhythm in tune with the forest's breath. "The root isn't gone," Mara said, her voice rough but steady. "It's changed." Jacob sheathed his rifle, nodding. "We didn't kill it. We contained it. For now." Caleb closed the book, feeling the profound responsibility settle over him like a mantle. The root's song was no longer a curse alone, it was a story, a living memory that needed tending. Silas, standing quietly beside Caleb, spoke with quiet conviction. "Balance is fragile. The root will hunger again." The forest will test us. But you've shown it another way, a way that honors both life and death, light and shadow. The group gathered their belongings, preparing to leave the labyrinth's depths. As they ascended toward the surface, the forest around them seemed to shift subtly, the air clearer, the shadows less oppressive, the whispers gentler, like the sigh of a mother calming her child. Outside, the dawn was breaking, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Birds sang softly, a choir greeting the new day. Caleb breathed deeply, the forest scent filling his lungs, grounding him. He looked to the watchers, their faces worn but resolute. "This is only the beginning," he said softly. "The root's hunger may be sated for now, but the forest's story is far from finished. We must remain its keepers, its voices in the dark." Mara smiled faintly, the fire of determination burning in her eyes. "Then we'll stand guard. Together." As they made their way back to the village, the forest around them seemed to pulse with a quiet life, not the suffocating hunger of before, but a song of balance and hope, fragile and beautiful. Caleb knew the root's song would echo in his mind forever, a haunting melody woven with loss, memory, and the eternal dance of nature's breath. And as the forest whispered its ancient secrets beneath the rising sun, he understood that some stories never truly end, they simply change, waiting for new voices to carry them forward. The days that followed the sealing of the root's heart were marked by a restless calm. The forest seemed to breathe more gently, its whispers softening to a low murmur that intertwined with the rustle of leaves and the call of distant birds. Yet beneath this fragile peace, a tension lingered, an undercurrent of unease threading through the soil and sky. Caleb found himself wandering the edge of the forest often, drawn by an invisible thread weaving between him and the ancient trees. The book, now a constant companion, pulsed faintly at his side, a reminder of the root's presence beneath the earth. Though the hunger was contained, it was far from gone. The village had shifted as well. The stories of the forest spirit, once whispered in fearful tones, now emerged in cautious conversation by hearths and around tables. Elders spoke of balance and respect, of rights long forgotten but now being reclaimed. Caleb knew their hope was fragile, the forest was a living entity, ancient and capricious, and the root's hunger patient. One evening, as twilight deepened and the canopy above dissolved into a patchwork of stars, Caleb sat alone at the forest's edge. The air was cool and thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The whispers began again, delicate and hesitant, threading through the branches like a half-remembered dream. Suddenly, movement stirred in the shadows, a figure emerging silently from the underbrush. It was Lila, the girl once claimed by the root's hunger and saved by the Watcher's intervention. Her eyes shone with a strange light, a mixture of fear and something ancient, something not entirely human. "You hear it too," she said softly, her voice barely above the rustle of leaves. "The forest calls. The root still sings." Caleb nodded. "It's a song of balance, of memory. But it's also a warning." Lila stepped closer, her gaze drifting upward to the swaying branches. "There are others now. Those who have heard the call and answered. Some lost, some changed. The root's reach is wider than we knew." The forest around them seemed to pulse in agreement, shadows deepening as if alive with unseen eyes. Caleb felt the weight of the book grow heavier in his hands, the glow intensifying as the root's song stirred anew beneath the soil. "We must prepare," he said. "The root's hunger never truly ends. It waits for new voices, new memories to bind." Lila nodded, a flicker of determination crossing her features. "Then we will stand with you. We are the forest's breath now, its voice, its shield." The night deepened, the whispers rising into a haunting melody that wove through the trees and sky. Caleb understood that the battle for the forest's soul was far from over. New shadows gathered beneath the green, ancient and restless, waiting for the moment to awaken. And he would be ready. The days bled slowly into nights as the forest held its breath beneath a looming storm, both natural and unnatural. The air was thick with moisture, a damp weight settling over the earth that carried with it the scent of decay and renewal entwined. Caleb could feel it deep in his bones, a shifting, a stirring, something ancient awakening beyond the veil. The village, once a quiet haven at the forest's edge, now hummed with uneasy whispers. Children disappeared into the woods, only to return days later changed, their eyes vacant, voices echoing the forest's eerie song. The elders muttered warnings of old curses and restless spirits, their faces pale beneath flickering candlelight. Caleb and the watchers convened beneath the canopy, the soft glow of lanterns casting long shadows on moss-covered trunks. Lila stood among them now, her presence a bridge between the human and the forest's spectral breath. "The root's hunger grows," Caleb said, voice low but resolute. "The binding was temporary. It feeds on more than just memory. It feeds on fear, on loss, on the silence we leave behind." Mara tightened her grip on her axe. "Then we need to find the source of this new hunger. What has awakened the root's deeper hunger?" Silas's gaze was distant, eyes clouded with memories. "The forest remembers all wounds. There was a time when the villagers betrayed the old ways, cutting sacred trees, desecrating the grove of whispers. The root's hunger is a response to that betrayal. The balance is broken." The watchers fell silent, the weight of Silas's words settling like a stone. "We need to restore the balance," Caleb said. "But the path will not be easy. The forest is no longer just a place of trees, it's a living force, a restless spirit that demands respect and sacrifice." As the night deepened, strange sounds echoed from the depths, guttural growls, whispers in languages long lost, and the unmistakable snap of breaking branches. The forest was alive with movement, shadows shifting like a tide. Caleb felt the root's song thrumming through the earth, a low vibration that resonated with his heartbeat. He closed his eyes, opening his mind to the voices, lost souls, ancient guardians, and restless spirits bound to the root's will. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the lanterns and plunging them into darkness. From the blackness, figures emerged, tall, slender forms draped in tattered leaves and bark, their eyes glowing with spectral light. The forest's guardians had awakened. The watchers raised their weapons, tension crackling in the air like electricity. But Caleb stepped forward, voice steady despite the fear. "We come with respect. We seek to heal the wound, to restore the balance." The spectral guardians paused, their glowing eyes watching him with an inscrutable gaze. In that moment, the forest seemed to pulse, a heartbeat shared between all living things. The gathering storm was upon them. And the forest's reckoning had begun. The spectral guardians circled slowly, their ethereal forms shifting with the faint rustle of leaves and the creak of ancient wood. Their eyes, orbs of pale light, flickered with unreadable emotion as they regarded Caleb and the watchers. The cold air between them was thick with tension, the silence broken only by the distant rumble of thunder and the soft drip of condensation from the leaves above. Caleb stood rooted, heart steady but mind racing. He could feel the weight of their gazes probing the very essence of his being, as if the forest itself was judging whether he was friend or foe. The book in his hands pulsed gently, as though responding to the presence of these ancient sentinels, guardians who existed between the worlds of the living and the dead. Mara's fingers tightened around her axe handle, muscles tense, ready for the slightest sign of hostility. Jacob's eyes darted through the darkness, searching for threats beyond the circle of light cast by their flickering lanterns. Silas whispered an old prayer, his voice trembling but resolute. The leader of the guardians, taller, more radiant than the others, stepped forward. A voice, neither spoken nor heard, but felt deep within their minds, reached out to Caleb. Bearer of the root's song, you tread the line between worlds. Why do you disturb the veil? Caleb swallowed, gathering his courage. His voice was steady as he replied, the root's hunger threatens to consume all. We seek to restore balance, to honor the forest's memory and protect those still bound to it. The guardian's eyes flickered with an emotion Caleb could only describe as sorrow. Balance was broken long ago. The wounds run deep. You carry the burden of remembrance, but are you prepared to pay its price? A sudden gust swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of rain and earth. The lantern flames wavered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to blur the boundaries of reality. Caleb felt the veil thin, the forest's breath mingling with the pulse of unseen realms. He saw fleeting visions, faces from ages past, rituals long forgotten, and the slow, creeping corruption that had twisted the root's heart. He knew the price would be high. With a nod, he answered, I am. The guardians relaxed their stance, the oppressive tension easing as the leader extended a hand. A shimmering light erupted between their palms, and Caleb felt the surge of ancient magic intertwining with the book's glow. The veil between worlds parted briefly, revealing glimpses of a forest untouched by time, vibrant, alive, and pure. It was a vision of hope, a glimpse of what could be reclaimed. But shadows flickered at the edges, a reminder of the darkness still lurking. The guardians spoke once more, their voices a chorus of wind and leaf. To heal the forest, you must walk its paths unseen, listen to its silent cries, and carry the weight of its sorrow. Only then will the root's hunger be tamed. Caleb felt the enormity of the task settle over him like a shroud. The journey ahead was one of sacrifice and understanding, a pilgrimage through the forest's heart and soul. As the rain began to fall softly, mingling with the whispered song of the root, Caleb and the watchers prepared to step deeper into the forest's embrace, where the veil was thinnest, and the true battle awaited. The rain fell in steady sheets, drumming softly against the dense canopy above, weaving a soothing rhythm that seemed to cloak the forest in a veil of mist and shadow. Each drop kissed the earth, soaking into the rich soil, stirring the scent of moss and decay that clung to every leaf and root. The forest was alive, breathing deep and slow, its heartbeat echoing in the quiet pulse of dripping water. Caleb and the watchers moved cautiously beneath the whispering canopy, the glow from Caleb's book casting a pale light that danced across gnarled bark and twisted vines. The path ahead was tangled and uneven, a maze of roots and shadows that shifted with every step. Here, the veil between worlds was thinnest, a place where reality and memory intertwined, where the forest's ancient song whispered truths long buried beneath time and earth. Silas walked ahead, his eyes sharp despite the years etched into his weathered face. This is the heartwood, he said quietly. The place where the forest's spirit is strongest, and where the root's hunger is born. The air grew colder, the rain now a mist that clung to their skin like a ghostly touch. The whispers intensified, voices weaving through the leaves, stories half-spoken, memories caught between worlds. Caleb felt the weight of countless souls pressing in around him, their stories aching to be heard. As they pressed deeper, the forest seemed to shift beneath their feet. Shadows lengthened and twisted, forming shapes that flickered just beyond the edge of vision, fleeting glimpses of figures both human and otherworldly. The trees themselves seemed to lean inward, their branches weaving a protective lattice that both sheltered and ensnared. Suddenly, the ground trembled, a low rumble that rolled through the roots beneath them. From the earth burst a mass of writhing tendrils, thick and black, pulsing with an eerie green light. The root's hunger was awakening once more, furious and desperate. Mara raised her axe, the blade catching the faint light as she stepped forward, ready to strike. Jacob took aim with his rifle, steady and unwavering despite the shifting shadows. Caleb raised the book, chanting the ancient incantations with a voice strong and clear. The glowing script flared, weaving a shield of light that pushed back the tendrils, slowing their advance. But the root's hunger was relentless, its reach stretching further than before, seeking to pull them into the depths of the earth. From the mist emerged figures, lost souls trapped between worlds, their faces pale and eyes hollow, drawn to the root's call. They reached out with trembling hands, voices a chorus of sorrow and longing. Caleb felt the ache of their memories flooding his mind, the pain of betrayal, the sting of abandonment, the desperate hope for release. He knew then that the root's hunger was not just for life but for remembrance, for the stories that gave meaning to existence. With a surge of will, Caleb began to sing the root's song anew, his voice weaving through the whispers, soothing the lost souls and binding their pain into the forest's eternal memory. The tendrils recoiled, the glowing light softening into a gentle pulse. The lost souls found peace, their forms dissolving into shimmering motes of light that drifted upward, joining the canopy's glow. The forest sighed, the tension easing as the heartwood settled into quietude. Caleb looked to the watchers, exhaustion and relief mingling in their eyes. "The root hungers," he said softly. "But we can give it what it needs without losing ourselves. Balance is fragile, but it's not impossible." Silas nodded. "The forest's breath is eternal. So too must be our vigilance." As the rain softened to a whisper, the group set camp beneath the sheltering boughs, the book resting between them like a beacon. The forest's song continued, a haunting melody of loss, hope, and the eternal dance of shadow and light. And Caleb understood, this was their charge now, to be the forest's keepers, its voice beneath the whispering canopy. The dawn broke slowly over the forest, its light filtered through a thick veil of mist that clung to the trees like a shroud. The air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of pine needles and wet earth. The forest, vast and ancient, seemed to hold its breath, waiting, watching. Caleb awoke to the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lone crow. Around him, the watchers stirred quietly, their faces etched with weariness and determination. The book lay closed beside the dying embers of their campfire, its surface dull but still warm to the touch, as if breathing alongside the forest itself. Silas was already on his feet, moving toward the edge of the clearing where the trees thickened into shadow. His gaze was sharp, scanning the gloom as if expecting something to emerge from the depths. Caleb rose, the weight of the forest's burden settling on his shoulders like an old, familiar cloak. The root's hunger had been sated, but only temporarily. The balance was fragile, maintained only by their vigilance and sacrifice. Mara joined him, her axe resting on her shoulder. "There's something out there," she said quietly. "Something watching." Jacob nodded, fingers tightening around his rifle. "We're not alone. Never have been." The forest around them was alive with subtle movement, a flicker of shadow here, a whisper of wind there. The silent watchers. Legend spoke of these entities, spirits bound to the forest long before the root's corruption, guardians of the balance between life and death. They were neither wholly benign nor entirely malevolent, but their presence was a reminder that the forest's breath extended beyond mortal understanding. Caleb opened the book, its glow faint but steady. He traced his fingers over the ancient script, seeking guidance in the tangled lore. The root's psalm was part of a greater symphony, a melody of cycles and renewal, but also of endings and beginnings. As the watchers moved cautiously deeper into the forest, the canopy thickened, blotting out the sky. The path grew narrow, winding through towering trunks and dense underbrush. The whispers of the forest rose in a crescendo, voices of the past, present, and future intermingling in a haunting chorus. Suddenly, a figure stepped from the shadows, tall and slender, eyes gleaming like polished obsidian. The Silent Watcher. Its form seemed woven from bark and shadow, shifting like smoke caught in a breeze. It regarded Caleb with an intensity that pierced the soul, then spoke, not in words, but in a flood of emotions and images, loss, hope, warning, and a plea for balance. Caleb felt the weight of centuries in that gaze, the responsibility of those who had come before and those who would follow. With a steady breath, he responded through the ancient song, weaving their voices into the forest's eternal melody. The Silent Watcher nodded, a subtle shift in its form, and stepped back into the shadows, becoming one with the forest once more. The watchers exhaled collectively, the tension easing but the vigilance undimmed. Caleb looked to the horizon, where light pierced the mist in tentative rays. "This forest has many voices," he said softly. "And many stories yet to be told." The roots' hunger was a shadow in the greater light of the forest's breath, a challenge they would meet as long as the trees whispered and the wind carried their song. As the group moved forward, the forest watched silently, its ancient breath a steady pulse beneath their feet. The forest had changed again. Not in the way the untrained eye might notice. The sky still arched overhead, a canopy of twisting branches and whispering leaves, but in something deeper, something almost imperceptible. The very soul of the woods had shifted, as if the roots beneath the earth had groaned and twisted in secret, rearranging the ancient paths and secrets buried beneath centuries of moss and stone. Caleb led the watchers deeper into this transformed wildness, the book's soft glow barely piercing the dense gloom. The air was thick with moisture and the scent of rotting wood, the unmistakable perfume of decay that somehow felt alive. Each breath Caleb took seemed to carry the weight of forgotten memories, voices long silenced, waiting patiently to be heard again. They reached a clearing known to Silas as the Forgotten Hollow, a place whispered about only in the oldest village tales. Here, the trees leaned inward like watchful sentinels, their bark scarred with carvings so ancient they had almost faded into the grain. The ground beneath was soft with years of fallen leaves and roots that curled like sleeping serpents. Silas knelt, tracing one of the carvings with trembling fingers. This was once a place of power, a crossing between worlds. But long ago, it was forsaken, a wound left open in the forest's skin. Caleb's eyes scanned the surroundings. The clearing felt heavy, charged with a silence that was anything but peaceful. It was the kind of silence that pressed in on the soul, a weight that made every footstep feel like trespassing. As they set camp, the forest around them seemed to hum with unseen energy. Shadows flickered just beyond the firelight's reach, and distant murmurs echoed through the branches. It was as if the trees themselves whispered warnings. That night, Caleb was awoken by a cold breath against his neck. The mist had thickened, curling around the camp like ghostly fingers. The whispers came again, louder now, voices tangled in sorrow and rage, calling out from the depths of the hollow. He stepped out of the tent, eyes adjusting to the murky half-light. Figures moved between the trees, shapes woven from shadow and leaf, their faces hidden but their presence undeniable. They were the forest's forgotten souls, bound here by pain and betrayal. One stepped forward, its voice a brittle whisper. "You carry the song, but do you understand the price? The hollow remembers all who were cast aside." Caleb felt the weight of their gaze, a mixture of accusation and hope. "I do," he said. "And I will carry their stories, so they are never lost again." The spirit regarded him, then nodded slowly. Around them, the whispers swelled into a chorus, a melody of loss and remembrance that wove through the trees and soil. As the night deepened, Caleb felt the roots beneath the hollow pulse softly, a heartbeat syncing with his own. The forest's breath was vast and complex, a tapestry of light and shadow, life and death. The next morning, the clearing seemed changed, a little lighter, the shadows receding as if the forest itself had accepted their vow. But Caleb knew the journey was far from over. The forgotten hollow was a wound healed for now, but the forest held many more secrets, dark places where the root's hunger still lurked, waiting for new voices to sing its song. He closed the book, feeling its warmth pulse steady in his hands. "We walk a path with no end," he said softly to the watchers. "But we walk it together." The forest listened, and for a moment, it seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The deeper they ventured into the heart of the forest, the more Caleb felt the weight of centuries pressing upon him. The trees grew older here, their trunks thick and twisted, cloaked in heavy drapes of moss that swayed gently with an unseen breath. The canopy above was dense, blotting out the pale light of day, leaving only shadows to dance along the forest floor. Every footstep stirred a carpet of leaves so thick it muffled their movement, yet Caleb's senses were razor-sharp, alert to every subtle shift in the air. The watchers moved quietly, each burdened with their own thoughts, but united by a shared resolve. The book glowed faintly in Caleb's hands, the ancient script within alive with a soft, pulsing light, a beacon in the dark and tangled wilderness. Silas led the way, his steps sure despite the shifting ground beneath them. "The root's hunger is not merely a force of destruction," he said in a hushed tone. "It is a hunger for stories, for memory. Beneath the moss lies the truth of what was lost, and what may yet be reclaimed." As they reached a low hollow filled with thick moss and tangled roots, Caleb knelt to examine the ground. Here, the earth was soft, almost spongy, and the air smelled rich with the decay of forgotten years. The moss was thick, but beneath it, something pulsed, a heartbeat faint but unmistakable. The whispers returned, low and distant, weaving through the undergrowth like an ancient song half forgotten. Caleb closed his eyes and listened, allowing the voices to wash over him. They were fragments of memory, laughter of children long vanished, the murmur of prayers, the rustle of lives lived and lost beneath the forest's green shroud. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, and from the moss burst a writhing mass of roots and shadow, glowing faintly with the green light of the root's heart. The watchers sprang into action, axes raised, rifles trained, but Caleb held up his hand. "Wait," he urged. "This is not an enemy. It's a part of the forest's memory, its story." He stepped forward slowly, the book glowing brighter. His voice rose in the ancient incantation, weaving the root's song with gentle reverence. The tendrils of shadow hesitated, then slowly receded into the earth, curling back beneath the moss. A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman, her form translucent and shimmering with moss and light. Her eyes held the sorrow of countless years, her voice a soft echo. "We are the forgotten, the lost stories buried beneath the earth. We hunger not for flesh but for remembrance." Caleb reached out, his hand trembling. "We remember you. Your stories will live again." Around them, the moss glowed softly, the forest breathing a slow, deep sigh. The watchers lowered their weapons, awe and relief mingling on their faces. The woman's form shimmered, then smiled, a gesture of gratitude and peace before fading back into the earth. Caleb stood, the weight of the moment settling into his soul. The root's hunger was complex, a yearning not just for life but for memory, connection, and respect. As the group pressed onward, deeper into the forest's embrace, Caleb understood that their journey was no longer just a fight against darkness. It was a sacred pilgrimage, a weaving of stories, lives, and shadows into the endless breadth of the woods. And beneath the moss, the forest's heart continued to beat, ancient, patient, eternal. The forest grew heavier with dusk, the fading light filtering weakly through the thick canopy and casting long, wavering shadows across the forest floor. The damp earth beneath their boots seemed to throb with a pulse that was both ancient and relentless, the heartbeat of the roots' lingering hunger. Around Caleb and the watchers, the silence was broken only by the soft whisper of the wind threading through the trees and the occasional snap of a twig beneath unseen feet. They had come to the edge of a place known only in half-remembered legends as the Hollow, an expanse of gnarled trees and blackened soil, where the roots' corruption had once erupted in a rage that had scarred the forest deeply. The Hollow was a wound in the land, a place where the boundary between the living forest and the shadow realm thinned dangerously, where echoes of past horrors lingered like ghosts in the mist. Caleb tightened his grip on the ancient book, its faint light barely illuminating the twisted shapes ahead. The words inscribed on its pages pulsed with quiet urgency, their glow a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness. Mara and Jacob flanked him, weapons ready but wary, while Silas and Lila moved quietly, their eyes sharp for signs of movement or malice. The air here tasted of earth and rot, thick with a scent that clawed at Caleb's senses and stirred something deep within, a gnawing unease that set his teeth on edge. The whispers returned, faint and fractured at first, then growing clearer, weaving through the branches like the sighs of lost souls. "Do you hear them?" Lila whispered, voice barely audible. "The voices beneath the earth. The ones that speak without words." Caleb nodded slowly. "They are the roots' memories, fragments of lives absorbed and forgotten. They hunger to be heard." As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to close in, the trees leaning closer as if to listen. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, cracked and twisted with roots that writhed like sleeping serpents. Shadows flickered at the edge of their vision, forms shifting and changing with the fading light. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. From the hollow erupted a mass of writhing tendrils, black and glistening, pulsing with that familiar eerie green light. The roots' hunger was awakening once more, desperate and fierce. The watchers braced, weapons raised, but Caleb stepped forward, raising the book high. His voice rang out in the ancient incantation, weaving a tapestry of light and sound that wrapped around the tendrils like a gentle binding. But this time, the tendrils seemed to resist, thrashing wildly against the spell, pushing harder into the earth and sky. The whispers surged, now a chorus of desperate voices, pleas, warnings, and cries of anguish that echoed through Caleb's mind. He felt himself drowning in the flood of memories, some joyous, others filled with pain and betrayal. Among the voices, one stood out, a sorrowful lament from a woman whose name had been lost to time but whose story was etched deep into the root song. "Remember us," she pleaded. "Do not let us fade into silence." Caleb's heart clenched. With every fiber of his being, he sang the root's song anew, infusing it with the pain and hope carried by the lost souls. The glow from the book intensified, weaving a cocoon of light that wrapped around the hollow. Gradually, the tendrils stilled, retreating into the earth as the whispers softened to a peaceful hum. The hollow seemed to breathe again, its wounds slowly knitting closed beneath the watchful gaze of the forest. The watchers lowered their weapons, their faces etched with exhaustion and awe. Caleb closed the book, its warmth a gentle reminder of the fragile balance they maintained. "We carry their voices," he said softly. "Their stories are part of the forest now. As long as we listen, the root's hunger can be tempered." Silas nodded, his eyes distant but hopeful. "The forest is a living storybook, bound by memory and song. Our duty is to be its keepers." As night settled fully over the hollow, the forest whispered its eternal song, a melody of loss and remembrance, shadow and light, hunger and hope. And beneath the hollow voices, Caleb felt the pulse of the root's heart, steady and patient, waiting for the next chapter. The forest was no longer simply a place of trees and earth. It had become something more, a living, breathing organism with veins of shadow and light that pulsed beneath the surface. Caleb could feel it now, the subtle thrum of power coursing through the soil, carried along the roots and tendrils that stretched like arteries into the deepest heart of the woods. The path before them was a narrow trail carved between towering trunks, where the air hung thick with mist and the scent of damp wood and earth. Every step seemed to echo, the soft crunch of leaves muffled by the dense fog. The light from Caleb's book barely penetrated the gloom, casting pale tendrils of illumination that danced on the mossy bark. Silas moved silently ahead, his eyes sharp beneath furrowed brows. "This is the network," he whispered. "The veins of the forest. Here, the root's hunger flows strongest. It feeds not just on memory, but on the very lifeblood of the trees." Caleb nodded, feeling the truth in Silas's words. The book pulsed with a steady glow, its pages alive with ancient script that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as he read. Each word sang with the power of old magic, the kind that had been woven into the forest long before humans had walked its shadows. As they pressed forward, the forest grew darker, the canopy thickening until the sky was no more than a sliver of gray above. The whispers that had once been gentle now carried an urgency, a warning wrapped in the sighs of leaves and the rustle of unseen creatures. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. From the shadows, thick tendrils erupted, dark, slick with moisture, and glowing faintly with the eerie green light that Caleb had come to dread. The root's hunger was waking once more, fierce and unrelenting. Mara raised her axe with a determined cry, striking at the tendrils that reached toward them. Jacob fired into the dark, bullets thudding against the shifting bark of the tendrils. But Caleb held up his hand, voice rising in a chant that wove the ancient song of binding and release. The glow from the book flared brightly, wrapping the tendrils in bands of shimmering light. The hunger writhed and twisted, trying to break free, but Caleb's song held firm, steady as the heartbeat beneath the earth. In the midst of the struggle, a figure emerged from the shadows, an ancient guardian of the forest, its form carved from wood and stone, eyes glowing with the same eerie light as the root. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, and with a gesture, it joined Caleb's song, lending its ancient power to the binding. Together, they wove a tapestry of light and shadow, binding the root's hunger within the veins of the forest, sealing the wounds it had torn through the earth. When the last tendril retreated beneath the soil, the forest sighed, a deep, resonant breath that seemed to ripple through the trees and into the very air around them. Caleb lowered the book, feeling the exhaustion that came with wielding such power. Yet beneath that fatigue was a sense of profound connection, a bond forged between the forest and those who sought to protect it. "The root is tied to the forest's lifeblood," Caleb said quietly. "As long as the veins flow, the hunger can be contained." Silas nodded solemnly. "But it is a fragile balance. One we must guard with our lives." The group pressed onward, deeper into the forest's heart, where the shadows whispered secrets and the roots held the stories of 1,000 lifetimes. And Caleb knew that the journey was far from over. The veins of the forest pulsed on, ancient, restless, eternal. The deeper Caleb and the watchers ventured into the forest's core, the air thickened and chilled, as if the very breath of the woods was drawn into a cold, stagnant pool. The dense canopy above blotting out the sky, left only the faintest flickers of light filtering through in fractured beams that danced upon the twisting roots and tangled underbrush. A heavy mist curled low to the forest floor, coiling around trunks and swirling in the dim glow of Caleb's book, a restless specter that blurred the edges of reality and shadow. Each step forward felt laden with a creeping weight, the moss beneath their feet spongy and damp, concealing unseen hollows and whispers that tickled their ears like the breath of unseen phantoms. The whispers themselves had changed, no longer the mournful murmur of forgotten memories but a chorus of urgent voices, fractured and fragmented, calling out from the depths of the forest's ancient wounds. Mara's axe gleamed faintly, her knuckles white as she gripped the haft tightly, scanning the shifting mists for signs of movement. Jacob's rifle remained steady, the click of safety off echoing softly as his eyes tracked every shadow. Silas, his face lined with age and wisdom, moved deliberately, each footfall a quiet prayer, his breath misting in the chill air. "The hollowing mist," Silas murmured. "It is said to be the breath of the forest's sorrow, a veil that reveals what lies beneath and obscures what is to come. Those who linger here too long risk losing themselves to the shadows." Caleb nodded, feeling the truth of Silas's words as the mist thickened, swirling around their legs like tendrils seeking to pull them down into the earth. The roots' pulse beneath the soil grew stronger, resonating with the spectral haze, and the whispers intensified, voices rising and falling in a haunting, discordant melody. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. From the mist emerged twisted shapes, forms draped in moss and bark, eyes gleaming with unnatural light. They moved with eerie grace, neither fully alive nor entirely spirits, guardians bound to the forest's darkest corners. The watchers raised their weapons instinctively, but Caleb stepped forward, raising the glowing book. His voice rose, weaving the ancient incantation with clarity and resolve. The spectral guardians hesitated, caught between their duty and the power of the psalm. As the chant filled the clearing, the mist thickened, swirling into intricate patterns that shimmered with spectral light. Caleb felt himself drawn into the haze, visions flooding his mind, faces from the past, scenes of betrayal and loss, echoes of the forest's ancient history intertwined with the present hunger of the root. He saw the villagers of old, their hands raised in rituals forgotten, the desecration of sacred groves, the slow poisoning of the land by greed and fear. The root's hunger was a wound born of pain and broken trust. With each word of the song, Caleb reached out to the lost spirits entwined in the mist, weaving their sorrow into a tapestry of remembrance and healing. The spectral guardians' eyes softened, their forms dissolving into the mist like morning dew under the sun's first light. The mist began to lift, the forest breathing a long, shuddering sigh. The weight that had pressed down on Caleb's soul lifted slightly, replaced by a fragile hope. But the root's pulse still beat beneath the earth, a reminder that the forest's hunger was eternal, a slow-burning ember waiting to flare again. As the watchers regrouped, Caleb looked to the rising sun breaking through the thinning canopy. "We have touched the sorrow," he said softly. "But the forest story is far from finished." The hollowing mist receded, but its echoes remained, a haunting reminder that healing was a journey, not a destination. And beneath the ever-watchful trees, the root's song continued, a melody of shadow and light, memory and hunger, life and death. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Caleb and the watchers pushed forward, leaving behind the dissipating hollowing mist. The air grew colder, the dampness replaced by a dry, brittle chill that clung to their bones and whispered through the skeletal branches overhead. Here, the trees stood gaunt and twisted, their bark pale and cracked like ancient bones bleached by time. This was the Bone Grove, a place rarely spoken of, even in the oldest tales whispered around village fires. A place where the forest's pulse slowed, and death's cold hand seemed to grasp tighter, binding the earth and sky in a silent grip. The ground was littered with fragments, broken twigs that looked like splintered ribs, stones that resembled jagged teeth, and fallen leaves that crunched like brittle bones beneath their feet. Caleb felt a shiver that had little to do with the cold. The root's hunger here was different, quieter, more insidious. It seeped not from the living root beneath the soil but from the very bones of the forest itself, a slow decay that whispered of endings and forgotten pain. The book pulsed faintly, its glow dimmer in this somber place. Caleb traced his fingers over the ancient script, seeking answers in the shifting words. The forest story here was written in silence and shadow, a chapter marked by loss and sorrow. Silas moved ahead cautiously, his gaze sharp beneath furrowed brows. The Bone Grove is where the forest's dead are said to rest, but their peace is restless. The root's hunger feeds on the sorrow bound in these bones, memories of lives shattered, promises broken. As they ventured deeper, the shadows thickened. The trees seemed to lean inward, their branches intertwining to form a vaulted cathedral of wood and shadow. From the darkness came faint echoes, a soft, mournful sound like the rustle of silk or the sigh of a distant lament. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. From the earth erupted spectral figures, ghosts woven from pale bark and bone, their eyes hollow but filled with ancient grief. They moved with slow, mournful grace, their voices a haunting chorus of forgotten sorrow. Mara raised her axe, but Caleb held up his hand. The book glowed brighter as he began to chant the root's song, weaving a melody of remembrance and release. The spectral figures wavered, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. The lost spirits reached out with translucent hands, seeking solace and recognition. Caleb felt their sorrow seep into his heart, the pain of forgotten stories, the yearning for peace. With each verse, he wove their memories into the forest's breath, binding their sorrow with light. The spirits' forms softened, their eyes brightening as they found release in the song. As the last note faded, the Bone Grove seemed to sigh, a long, shuddering exhale that stirred the brittle leaves and scattered the shadows. Caleb turned to the watchers, his voice steady despite the weight of the encounter. The root's hunger feeds on what we forget, the pain, the loss, the stories we refuse to carry. Silas nodded slowly. Then we must remember. For as long as the forest breathes, so too must its stories. The forest around them seemed to respond, a subtle shifting in the air like a breath drawn deep and slow. The journey ahead was uncertain, the root's hunger still a shadow lurking in the green. But Caleb and the watchers pressed onward, bearers of memory, voices of the forest's eternal song. The deeper Caleb and the watchers ventured into the heart of the forest, the trees seemed to grow taller, their branches intertwining overhead like the ribs of some great, slumbering beast. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and old wood, and a soft mist clung to the underbrush, curling around roots and rocks like fingers reaching from the past. The forest whispered, a low, mournful sound that felt almost like a chant, a dirge for things lost and forgotten. Before them lay the shattered hollow, a vast clearing scarred by time and sorrow. Where once stood proud ancient trees, now there were only jagged stumps and shattered roots that clawed at the sky like broken bones. The ground was cracked and dry, littered with splintered branches and the remnants of fallen leaves long turned to dust. Caleb's heart weighed heavy as he stepped forward, the glow from the book casting long shadows on the ruined earth. This place, Silas said in a voice thick with reverence and grief, is where the forest's wounds are most raw. The root's hunger tore through here in its frenzy, leaving nothing but emptiness. The watchers exchanged wary glances. Mara's grip tightened on her axe, her eyes scanning the tree-line. Jacob's rifle was ready, fingers tense. Lila stood close to Caleb, her expression a mixture of fear and resolve. As they moved through the hollow, the whispers grew louder, swelling into a chorus of sorrowful voices that echoed from every broken branch and shattered root. The air pulsed with a restless energy, a mix of grief and rage that clawed at their minds. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently. From the cracked earth burst a writhing mass of dark tendrils, slick and glistening, pulsing with the eerie green light of the root's heart. The root's hunger was awakening once more, furious and desperate to reclaim what had been lost. The watchers sprang into action. Mara swung her axe with fierce determination, striking the tendrils that lashed out like serpents. Jacob fired into the mass, each bullet thudding against the writhing darkness. Silas and Lila chanted softly, weaving protective wards that shimmered in the dim light. Caleb raised the book, his voice rising in the ancient incantation. The glowing script flared brightly, casting beams of light that cut through the shadows, binding the tendrils with ribbons of radiant energy. The struggle was fierce and relentless. The roots' hunger twisted and roared, seeking to overwhelm their defenses. Caleb could feel the strain in his limbs, the weight of the forest's ancient pain pressing down on him. But amid the chaos, a figure stepped from the shadows, tall and majestic, woven from bark and leaves, eyes glowing with fierce determination. The guardian of the hollow, awakened by their courage and song. With a sweep of its arm, the guardian joined Caleb's chant, its voice a deep, resonant melody that echoed through the clearing. The tendrils recoiled, shrinking back into the earth as the light grew stronger. Slowly, the shattered hollow began to heal. The cracked earth mended, and the jagged stumps softened, their wounds knitting together with green shoots of new life. The whispers softened to gentle sighs, and the restless energy settled into a calm, steady heartbeat. Caleb lowered the book, exhaustion and relief mingling in his chest. "The root's hunger is still strong," he said softly, "but together, we can hold it at bay." Silas nodded, a faint smile breaking through his weathered face. "The forest breathes through us, its past, present, and future intertwined." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the hollow, Caleb and the watchers prepared to rest, knowing the journey was far from over. The forest's song was eternal, a melody of shadow and light, loss and renewal, hunger and hope. And they would be its keepers. The forest around them had shifted again. The tangled web of branches now clawed the sky like jagged fingers, knotted with thorny vines that writhed like serpents in the fading light. The air was thick with a metallic tang, as if the very breath of the woods had turned sharp and bitter. Shadows pooled deep within the undergrowth, swirling with a restless energy that seemed to watch and wait. Caleb and the watchers moved cautiously, every step careful and deliberate. The ground beneath them was uneven, covered with thorn-covered brambles that snagged their clothes and tore at skin. The book in Caleb's hands pulsed softly, its glow a steady beacon in the growing darkness. "This is the Vale of Thorns," Silas said in a low, grave voice. "A place where the forest's hunger wears a sharper face. The thorns here are not mere plants, they are extensions of the root's will, guarding secrets the forest once buried." The watchers exchanged uneasy glances. Mara's grip tightened on her axe, and Jacob's rifle was ready, the barrel gleaming faintly in the dim light. Lila scanned the shadows, her breath shallow and steady. As they pressed forward, the thorns seemed to shift, moving almost imperceptibly as if alive and aware. The whispers returned, now harsher, edged with warning and menace. Voices that once spoke of sorrow now hissed with malice, weaving through the brambles like poisonous serpents. Suddenly, the thorns erupted with movement. Tendrils shot out like barbed lashes, seeking to ensnare and wound. Mara swung her axe in wide arcs, cutting through the attacking brambles, but they regenerated faster than she could strike. Caleb stepped forward, raising the book. His voice rang out, weaving the ancient incantation with fierce determination. The glowing script blazed, sending waves of radiant light that sliced through the darkness and cauterized the thorny assaults. But the veil of thorns was relentless. The ground shook as a massive root, gnarled and twisted like a serpent, emerged from the earth. It lashed out, its bark sharp as knives, threatening to crush and tear. The watchers fought back with coordinated precision. Jacob's shots rang true, each bullet striking the root's thick hide. Silas and Lila chanted in unison, weaving protective wards that shimmered with ethereal power. Caleb's song grew stronger, a fierce crescendo that wove light and shadow into a shield around them. The root hissed and recoiled under the onslaught, but the hunger behind it pulsed with undiminished fury. From the depths of the veil, a figure emerged, a guardian shaped from twisted thorns and shadow, its eyes glowing with cold fire. It moved with eerie grace, striking with barbed limbs that left wounds burning with unnatural pain. Caleb met the guardian's gaze, feeling the weight of ancient defiance and sorrow. With a steady breath, he extended the book toward it, his voice softer now, weaving a song of remembrance and release. The guardian faltered, the fire in its eyes dimming as the song touched its core. Slowly, it retreated into the brambles, dissolving into thorn and shadow. The veil of thorns stilled, the harsh whispers fading to a wary silence. The forest exhaled, a long, shuddering breath that rippled through the leaves and vines. Caleb lowered the book, exhaustion heavy in his limbs but his spirit resolute. "The root's hunger wears many faces," he said quietly. "But beneath them all is the same need, to be heard, to be remembered." Silas placed a steady hand on Caleb's shoulder. "And as long as we listen, the forest will endure." The watchers gathered their strength, ready to continue the journey deeper into the ancient woods, where shadows whispered and the root's song awaited its next verse. The forest's edge gave way to a new terrain, the murmuring marsh. Thick fog rolled low over a tangled expanse of stagnant waters and twisted reeds, where the air hung heavy with the scent of decay and moss. The soft, squelching ground beneath their feet threatened to swallow them whole, each step a cautious negotiation with the unseen traps of mud and waterlogged roots. Caleb tightened his grip on the ancient book, its glow casting pale reflections on the still water's surface. The soft murmur of the marsh was a chorus of countless voices, not quite human, not entirely animal, whispering secrets lost in the humid shadows. The watchers moved with silent care, each aware that the marsh held its own dangers far beyond the physical. Silas whispered, "The marsh remembers. It holds the echoes of those who came before, their fears and regrets soaked into every droplet. The root's hunger here feeds on despair, a slow suffocation of hope." As they ventured deeper, the murmur grew louder, a symphony of sorrow and warning. Shadows shifted beneath the water, flickering like ghosts just beyond the reach of the firelight. Caleb's pulse quickened, the root's power was strongest here, submerged beneath layers of grief and forgotten stories. Suddenly, the water around them rippled violently. From the depths arose twisted figures, cloaked in seaweed and mud, their eyes glowing with unnatural light. They were the marsh wraiths, lost souls claimed by the root's hunger, bound eternally to the waterlogged shadows. The watchers raised their weapons, but Caleb stepped forward, voice steady despite the rising fear. He opened the book wide, chanting the ancient song with reverence and strength. The glowing words floated off the pages, weaving through the marsh like a lifeline. The marsh wraiths hesitated, their mournful cries turning into soft sighs. Caleb reached into the mist, his voice threading their sorrow into the root's song, transforming anguish into remembrance. The glow spread like warm sunlight through the dark water, breaking the grip of despair. One wraith, more distinct than the rest, stepped forward, a woman whose face was half hidden beneath tangled reeds, eyes bright with a flicker of recognition. She whispered, "We were forgotten. Cast away like the rot beneath the surface. But you see us." You remember. Caleb nodded, heart heavy yet hopeful. Your stories will live on. Your sorrow will become strength. As the song reached its crescendo, the marsh began to shimmer, the fog lifting like a curtain drawn back to reveal new light. The waters stilled, reflecting the rising sun that broke through the thinning canopy. The watchers exhaled, the weight of the marsh's grief easing with the promise of remembrance. Silas smiled faintly, the root's hunger feeds on silence and forgetfulness. But where there is voice, there is hope. Caleb closed the book, feeling its warmth pull steadily against his chest. The journey through the forest was far from over, but with each story reclaimed, the root's hunger was tamed, and the forest breathed a little easier. They pressed onward, through the whispers and shadows, bearers of light in the tangled darkness. As the murmur of the marsh faded behind them, the forest slowly shifted its demeanor once again. The dense, tangled undergrowth gave way to a solemn grove of towering pines, their needles whispering secrets in the cold breeze. Here, the air was sharp and crisp, carrying a scent of resin and earth, and the ground was blanketed with a thick carpet of pine needles that muffled footsteps and softened the world into a quiet stillness. The silent pines, they were named for the eerie hush that seemed to settle over this part of the woods. No birds sang here, no rustling of small creatures disturbed the peace. Even the wind seemed to tread lightly, as if afraid to shatter the solemn silence. It was a sacred place, and yet it held a weight far heavier than the other parts of the forest Caleb and the watchers had traveled through. Caleb felt at the moment he stepped beneath the soaring boughs, the oppressive silence pressing in, a silence so thick it was almost tangible. The book in his hands pulsed faintly, its glow a soft, steady heartbeat that struggled to break the stillness. Silas moved ahead slowly, his voice low and reverent. This is the heart of the forest's grief. The root's hunger here is deep and old, fed by the silence of those who could not speak their pain, whose voices were lost before they could be heard. The watchers spread out, alert to the invisible dangers that might lurk in the quiet. Mara's axe hung at her side, but her eyes were sharp, scanning the shadows that clung to the trunks like living things. Jacob's fingers tightened around his rifle, ready for anything. Lila's breath was steady, but her gaze betrayed the unease they all felt. As they moved deeper into the silent pines, the silence grew heavier, broken only by the faint crunch of needles beneath their feet. Then, without warning, the air shifted, the temperature dropped, and a cold, ghostly wind swept through the trees, carrying with it a faint melody, a song of loss and longing that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Caleb's heart quickened. The song was a thread weaving through the silence, a fragile, haunting melody that tugged at the edges of memory and time. He opened the book, the pages fluttering as the ancient script glowed brighter, resonating with the mournful tune. The melody grew, filling the grove with an eerie beauty, and from the shadows emerged figures cloaked in white mist, spirits of the silent pines, guardians of forgotten grief. Their faces were pale and serene, eyes closed as if caught in an eternal dream. They moved with slow, graceful steps, circling the watchers, their song weaving through the air like a delicate spell. Caleb raised his voice, joining the ancient chant, his words blending with the spirit's melody, creating a tapestry of sound that spoke of remembrance and release. As the song reached its peak, the spirits opened their eyes, deep pools of sorrow and peace. They reached out, their translucent hands touching Caleb and the watchers, sharing memories of love lost and pain endured, of voices silenced and stories never told. Caleb felt the weight of their sorrow settle within him, but also a fierce hope, a promise that even the deepest silence could be broken by the power of remembering. The spirits began to fade, their song lingering like a gentle breeze as they dissolved into the mist, leaving the grove bathed in a soft, golden light. Silas exhaled, his voice thick with emotion. The silent pines hold the forest's deepest grief, but also its greatest hope. The root's hunger is tempered not just by remembrance, but by the courage to speak even when silence seems easier. Caleb closed the book, feeling its warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. The forest around them seemed lighter now, the oppressive silence lifted, replaced by a quiet strength that whispered of healing and renewal. The watchers gathered together, their resolve renewed. The journey was far from over, but each step brought them closer to understanding, to peace. And beneath the towering pines, the forest's song continued, a melody of shadow and light, sorrow and hope, hunger and healing. The air grew thick with anticipation as Caleb and the watchers left the silent refuge of the pine grove. Before them sprawled the heartwood labyrinth, an ancient tangle of towering oaks and intertwining roots that wove together like veins pulsing with unseen life. The labyrinth was said to be the very core of the forest spirit, a place where reality blurred, and the whispers of the past echoed in every shadow. Mist clung low to the ground, swirling between the colossal trunks as if alive, twisting and curling like serpents seeking to ensnare the unwary. The forest floor was soft with centuries of fallen leaves and rich loam, but beneath the surface lay hidden roots that pulsed with an otherworldly energy, the forest's blood flowing beneath their feet. Caleb felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the ancient magic of the place tugging at the edges of his mind. The book in his hands pulsed in response, the glowing runes rearranging themselves as if guiding him through the maze. Silas stepped forward, voice low and steady. This labyrinth is the forest's heart, but also its prison. Here lies the root's core hunger, bound and tethered. But the deeper we go, the closer we come to the source of the root's pain, and its power. The watchers exchanged glances. Mara tightened her grip on her axe, Jacob raised his rifle cautiously, and Lila's eyes darted nervously through the twisting paths. As they ventured into the labyrinth, the canopy above thickened, blotting out the sun and casting the forest into a dim twilight. The trees seemed to lean inward, their branches weaving overhead like the ribs of a great beast, enclosing the watchers in a living cage. The whispers here were different, no longer gentle or mournful, but urgent and tangled, twisting through the air like a complex melody filled with fear and longing. The labyrinth seemed alive, watching, shifting subtly as if responding to their presence. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet quaked, and the roots pulsed visibly, glowing with the eerie green light of the root's hunger. From the earth erupted thick tendrils, twisting and writhing with desperate energy. The watchers braced for battle, but Caleb raised the book high, his voice ringing clear as he began the ancient chant. The runes flared brightly, casting beams of light that wove through the labyrinth like threads of hope. The tendrils twisted and thrashed, resisting the binding song with all their might. Caleb could feel the strain in his arms, the weight of the forest's sorrow pressing against his resolve. Amid the struggle, a figure emerged from the heart of the labyrinth, a towering being forged from living wood and ancient magic, its eyes glowing with fierce intelligence and pain. The Heartwood Guardian, protector of the forest's soul, stepped forward to join Caleb's song. Their voices entwined in a powerful duet, the ancient magic binding the root's hunger tighter with every note. The labyrinth seemed to pulse in rhythm with their chant, the glowing runes on Caleb's book and the Guardian's bark-like skin resonating in harmony. Slowly, the tendrils retreated, withdrawing beneath the earth as the root's hunger was bound once more. As silence fell over the labyrinth, Caleb lowered the book, exhaustion and relief washing over him in equal measure. The Guardian's eyes met his, a silent promise passing between them, a vow to protect the forest and its stories for as long as time endured. Silas stepped forward, his voice soft but filled with awe. The root's hunger is a wound that may never fully heal. But through our song, our remembrance, we can keep the darkness at bay. Caleb nodded, feeling the truth of Silas's words settle deep within his heart. The journey ahead remained uncertain, the forest still holding its secrets and shadows. But with every step, every story reclaimed, the root's hunger was met, not just with resistance, but with understanding and hope. And beneath the labyrinth's ancient heart, the forest's eternal song continued, complex, haunting, and beautiful. Leaving the labyrinth's shifting shadows behind, Caleb and the Watchers emerged into a realm unlike any they had yet encountered. The forest opened abruptly into a vast cleft, a jagged rift carved deep into the earth, its sides lined with towering cliffs of ancient stone, veined with roots that clung precariously to every fissure. The air here was charged with an electric hum, a palpable tension that set their nerves alight. Below, the cleft's depths were shrouded in darkness, the bottom lost to swirling mists that rose like the breath of some sleeping giant. The scent of wet stone and earth mingled with a faint sulphurous tang, an unsettling hint that the root's hunger pulsed stronger here than anywhere else. Caleb's fingers tightened around the glowing book. Its light flickered nervously, as if sensing the weight of the place, the intensity of the ancient magic that lingered in the chasm's breath. Silas exhaled slowly, his gaze fixed on the abyss below. The echoing cleft is the wound that the root carved into the forest's flesh. It is where the hunger was born, where the ancient pain first took root. The Watchers peered over the edge cautiously. Mara's jaw was set tight, Jacob's eyes scanned the shadows, rifle poised. Lila's hand brushed Caleb's arm in quiet reassurance. The wind swept through the cleft, carrying a chorus of echoes, distant voices layered one upon another, whispers that twisted and overlapped, rising and falling like the tide. The sounds were disorienting, haunting, fragments of memories lost to time, cries of anguish, shouts of warning, and silent screams swallowed by the stone. Caleb's voice was steady as he opened the book, chanting the ancient incantation that called to the root spirit. The light from the pages brightened, sending shimmering beams down into the darkness, illuminating the swirling mists like ghostly ribbons. The echoes shifted in response, coalescing into shapes, faint, spectral forms that flickered at the edge of sight. Figures bound in sorrow and rage, lost souls trapped between the forest and the void. The Watchers moved as one, their weapons lowered in deference to the power of the place. Caleb's chant wove through the echoes, threading their pain and longing into a tapestry of remembrance and release. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. From the cleft's depths surged a great tendril, massive and writhing, its bark cracked and glowing with green light, pulsating with the root's hunger-made flesh. The Watchers sprang into action, Mara's axe swinging with fierce determination, Jacob's shots ringing sharp through the air. But Caleb held firm, raising the book higher, his voice rising in a song both fierce and tender. The tendril lashed and thrashed, but the binding song wrapped around it like chains of light. The echoes in the cleft seemed to surge, lending their strength to the spell, their voices rising in a chorus of sorrow and hope. Slowly, the tendril recoiled, retreating into the depths. The echoes softened, their forms dissolving into a gentle mist that rose and scattered on the breeze. Caleb closed the book, the weight of the moment settling deep within him. The cleft remained, a scar on the forest's soul, but the hunger had been bound once more, held in check by the power of remembrance and song. Silas rested a hand on Caleb's shoulder. The root's hunger is old, but not invincible. As long as we remember, it cannot consume all. Caleb nodded, eyes fixed on the dark abyss, knowing that the forest story was far from over. The echoing cleft whispered still, a reminder that the past was never truly gone, and that healing came from facing even the deepest wounds. With renewed resolve, the Watchers prepared to journey onward, deeper into the heart of the forest's mystery and shadow. Beyond the shadowed cliffs of the echoing cleft, the forest twisted into an eerie stillness unlike any Caleb and the watchers had yet encountered. The towering trees gave way to a wide, circular hollow, its edges lined with ancient stones, weathered and cracked by time, etched with faded runes and sigils that pulsed faintly beneath a veil of moss. This was the Hollow of Forgotten Dreams, a place where time itself seemed suspended, and the past bled into the present like a fading specter. The air was thick and heavy with the scent of damp earth and decayed leaves. A thin mist clung low to the ground, curling around the stones and drifting between the roots like ghostly fingers. It was a place carved out of silence and memory, a sanctuary for dreams long lost and voices never heard. Caleb felt the familiar pull of the ancient book in his hands. Its glow was soft yet insistent, humming with a quiet urgency that mirrored the pulse of the forest itself. The words on the pages shifted and shimmered, revealing new fragments of the forest's ancient language, runes that spoke of forgotten hope and buried sorrow. Silas stepped forward, his voice low and reverent. The hollow is where dreams go to wither when forgotten, where hopes once held close are left to fade into shadow. The root's hunger feeds on these forgotten fragments, the dreams we discard and the memories we bury too deep. Mara scanned the edges of the hollow warily, her axe at the ready. Jacob's rifle was raised, eyes narrowing as he scanned the surrounding shadows. Lila's gaze was distant yet focused, as if reaching out to touch the intangible threads woven through the air. As they ventured into the hollow, the silence was broken by a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, a melody of lost hopes and quiet despair, woven through the air like the threads of a forgotten lullaby. Caleb's voice rose in response, chanting the ancient incantation with steady resolve. The glowing runes of the book pulsed brighter, their light weaving through the mist and weaving a tapestry of sound and shadow. From the edges of the hollow, shadowy forms began to emerge, figures draped in mist and memory, their faces obscured but marked by an unmistakable sadness. These were the dreamwalkers, spirits caught between worlds, tethered to the hollow by the root's hunger. They moved silently, drifting closer, their presence both haunting and mournful. Caleb reached out with his voice, threading the song through the dreamwalker's sorrow, weaving their forgotten dreams back into the fabric of the forest spirit. The glow from the book brightened, casting shimmering light that chased back the mist and revealed glimpses of the dreamwalker's stories, echoes of laughter lost to time, hopes crushed beneath the weight of despair, and fragile moments of joy now fading like mist at dawn. The dreamwalkers reached out, their translucent hands brushing against Caleb and the watchers, sharing shards of dreams and memories. The air hummed with the fragile beauty of remembrance, the power of forgotten hope rekindled in the light of the ancient song. As the final notes of the chant echoed through the hollow, the dreamwalkers slowly dissolved into shafts of golden light, their sorrow eased and their dreams restored to the forest's breath. Caleb lowered the book, exhaustion and awe mingling within him. The root's hunger feeds on what we abandon, he said softly, but we have the power to reclaim even the faintest light. Silas nodded, a faint smile breaking through his solemn expression. The forest story is one of loss and renewal, and we are its keepers. The hollow of forgotten dreams grew still once more, bathed in the soft glow of dawn filtering through the canopy above. The forest seemed to breathe a little easier, its ancient song swelling with renewed hope. The journey was far from over. The root's hunger still pulsed in the shadows, but with every story reclaimed, every dream remembered, the watchers wove a thread of light into the forest's eternal tapestry. And beneath the ancient stones of the hollow, the whispers of forgotten dreams sang on, a timeless melody of shadow and light, sorrow and hope. After the lingering quiet of the hollow of forgotten dreams, the forest shifted once again, growing darker, more oppressive as Caleb and the watchers pushed forward. The trees here grew thick and twisted, their bark scarred and blackened as if singed by fire long ago. A faint, sulphurous scent hung in the air, mingling with the damp earth and decaying leaves, a sharp reminder that something ancient and dangerous lay beneath this part of the forest. They arrived at a narrow ravine, its walls carved deep into the earth like the scar of a great wound. This was the vein of the Wirm, named for the legendary root serpent said to have burrowed through these lands in ages past. The ground beneath their feet vibrated faintly, pulsing in time with the ancient heartbeat of the forest itself. Caleb felt the book's glow intensify as he approached the edge of the ravine. The pages seemed to shimmer with new symbols, ones that twisted and writhed like serpents coiling beneath the surface. The root's hunger was strong here, a tangible force that pressed down on them with a weight that was almost suffocating. Silas's voice was low and steady. The vein of the Wirm is where the root's fury is born, a place of pain and rage, where the forest's wounds run deepest. It is said the Wirm's hunger feeds on fire and blood, its rage a tempest beneath the soil. The watchers exchanged grim looks. Mara's axe gleamed faintly as she gripped it tighter. Jacob's rifle was poised for any threat that might emerge from the shadows, and Lila's eyes darted nervously along the ravine's edges. As they descended into the vein, the air grew hotter, the oppressive atmosphere heavy with anticipation. The walls of the ravine were lined with gnarled roots, some pulsing with an eerie green light, others blackened and twisted like scorched flesh. The forest seemed to pulse with a restless energy, as if the earth itself were alive and watching. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. From the depths emerged a colossal serpent of root and earth, its scales rough bark and moss, eyes glowing with fierce green fire. The Wirm, awakened by their presence, hissed and coiled, its massive body weaving through the ravine like a living tempest. The watchers sprang into action. Mara swung her axe with fierce determination, striking at the Wirm's glowing eyes. Jacob fired steady shots into its thick hide, each bullet sparking harmlessly against the natural armor. Silas and Lila chanted in unison, weaving powerful words of protection and binding. Caleb raised the ancient book, his voice rising in a desperate chant. The glowing runes flared brilliantly, sending waves of light that cut through the darkness and seared the Wirm's furious form. The serpent writhed and roared, its hunger and rage clashing against the binding song. Amid the chaos, Caleb's voice grew stronger, weaving a melody that spoke of sorrow and healing, of wounds not just to the flesh but to the spirit. The Wirm's thrashing slowed, its glowing eyes dimming as the ancient magic took hold. The forest itself seemed to pulse in rhythm with Caleb's chant, the roots and earth vibrating with a deep, resonant hum. Slowly, the Wirm curled into itself, sinking back into the soil with a final hiss that echoed through the ravine. As silence settled once more, Caleb lowered the book, sweat dripping from his brow. The weight of the encounter pressed heavy, but so too did the fragile hope that they had not failed. Silas stepped beside him, voice steady but filled with awe. The root's hunger is a tempest, fierce and relentless. But even the fiercest storm can be calmed by the song of remembrance and the strength of those who stand against it. Caleb nodded, feeling the truth of Silas's words settle deep within him. The journey through the forest was far from over, but with every battle, every story reclaimed, the root's hunger was met not just with resistance, but with understanding, and a growing light. The vein of the Wirm pulsed softly beneath their feet, a reminder that even in the darkest places, the forest's song endured. Emerging from the fiery shadows of the vein of the Wirm, Caleb and the watchers found themselves in a startlingly different part of the forest, a wide glade bathed in dappled sunlight, where wildflowers swayed gently in a soft breeze, and the scent of honey and fresh earth filled the air. It was a momentary reprieve from the oppressive darkness they had faced so far, a fragile breath of peace in a forest burdened by ancient hunger. Yet, beneath the surface of this serene glade lurked a subtle tension, a quiet undercurrent that prickled at their senses. The trees lining the clearing were ancient, their bark etched with strange symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly in the light. The glade was alive with whispers, soft and elusive, carried on the breeze like secrets shared in confidence. Caleb felt the ancient book pulse warmly in his hands, its glow steady and inviting. The script on its pages shifted, revealing new passages, songs of hope intertwined with cautionary tales of those who had come before and succumbed to the forest's subtle snares. Silas stepped forward, voice hushed but earnest. "This is the Whispering Glade. It is said that here, the forest speaks not with roars or screams, but with whispers, tempting, enticing, weaving illusions that can ensnare the mind and heart." Mara's eyes narrowed, her hand resting on the haft of her axe. Jacob scanned the tree line, alert for threats hidden in beauty. Lila's fingers brushed the air lightly, as if reaching for the intangible threads of the glade's song. As they moved into the clearing, the whispers intensified, swirling around them like a living mist. The voices were beguiling, soft promises of rest, safety, and forgetfulness. They spoke in the tones of loved ones long gone, friends calling from just beyond the trees, memories twisted into sweet, poisonous lies. Caleb's grip tightened on the book as the whispers grew louder, pulling at his thoughts with aching familiarity. The forest's hunger here was insidious, feeding not on flesh or fear, but on longing and regret. The watchers formed a tight circle, their voices rising in unison as they chanted the ancient song of warding. The book's glow flared brilliantly, sending waves of radiant light that cut through the misty whispers, dispelling the illusions and revealing the glade's true face, twisted vines coiling like serpents, eyes glowing faintly in the shadows. From the shadows emerged figures cloaked in shimmering light, forest wraiths, spirits ensnared by the glade's seductive song, their eyes filled with sorrow and yearning. They reached out with trembling hands, their voices a haunting melody of loss and despair. Caleb stepped forward, his voice steady and clear, weaving the roots' song into a balm of remembrance and release. The glowing runes on the book spread like wildfire, binding the wraiths' sorrow and freeing them from the glade's deceitful grasp. The wraiths' forms softened, their eyes brightening as the forest's true song echoed through the glade. One by one, they dissolved into shafts of pure light, their whispers turning to peaceful sighs that drifted away on the breeze. As silence returned, the glade seemed to breathe deeply, the oppressive tension lifting like morning fog. Caleb closed the book, exhaustion and relief mingling in his chest. Silas smiled faintly. The root's hunger wears many faces, sometimes fierce, sometimes subtle. But no matter its form, it can be faced with courage and song. The watchers gathered their strength, ready to continue the journey deeper into the forest's mysteries, their resolve strengthened by the glade's lessons. And beneath the canopy of ancient trees, the forest's eternal song played on, a melody woven from shadows and light, sorrow and hope, hunger and healing. Leaving the deceptive serenity of the whispering glade behind, Caleb and the watchers ventured deeper into the forest's embrace, where the trees grew tighter and darker, their limbs twisted into unnatural shapes as though writhing in eternal torment. The air here was thick with the heavy scent of rot and decay, and an unnatural chill seeped into their bones despite the humid summer air. Before them lay the cursed grove, a place shunned by even the forest's own denizens. The ground was littered with withered leaves and broken branches, and the trees bore dark scars, their bark blackened and cracked as if seared by some long-forgotten flame. The silence here was oppressive, punctuated only by the distant drip of water from unseen leaves and the occasional rustle of something moving just beyond sight. Caleb felt the ancient books glow dim slightly, the runes flickering as if wary of the grove's sinister presence. Silas's voice was a whisper, heavy with caution. The cursed grove is where the root's hunger festers in its darkest form, where pain and rage have corrupted the very soul of the forest. The watchers tightened their formation. Mara's axe gleamed cold in the weak light, Jacob's rifle was poised, and Lila's eyes darted nervously around the twisted trees. As they entered the grove, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to press in from all sides. Shadows twisted unnaturally, forming grotesque shapes that flitted just beyond the edge of vision. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, soft and spongy as though hiding unseen voids. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and from the twisted roots emerged hideous creatures, twisted amalgamations of wood and flesh, their eyes glowing with malevolent fire. These were the blighted, forest spirits corrupted by the roots' darkest hunger, driven mad by pain and anger. The watchers braced for battle. Mara swung her axe with precision, cleaving through bark and bone, while Jacob fired into the writhing mass of blighted. Silas and Lila chanted protective words, their voices weaving spells of light and shield. Caleb raised the ancient book, chanting with fierce determination. The glowing runes sent tendrils of light curling through the grove, seeking to bind the blighted and soothe their tortured spirits. The creatures shrieked and writhed, but the power of the song began to take hold. The forest's ancient magic pulsed through the grove, cleansing the corruption that had taken root. Slowly, the blighted began to dissolve, their angry howls giving way to mournful sighs as their forms crumbled into ash and dust. As silence fell once more, Caleb lowered the book, sweat beading on his brow. The cursed grove remained, scarred but cleansed, its twisted trees slowly shedding their shadows. Silas placed a steady hand on Caleb's shoulder. Even the deepest corruption can be healed, but only with courage and compassion. The watchers exhaled, their resolve strengthened by the grove's grim lesson. The root's hunger was relentless, but so too was the light that fought against it. With heavy hearts but hopeful spirits, they pressed onward, deeper into the forest's ever-shifting heart, where darkness and light danced in eternal conflict. And beneath the twisted canopy, the forest's song continued, a haunting melody of pain and healing, loss and redemption, hunger and hope. Emerging from the shadowed depths of the cursed grove, Caleb and the watchers found themselves stepping into a realm that seemed almost untouched by time, a vast expanse of ancient trees whose leaves cascaded in an endless, gentle fall, forming a shimmering veil of gold, red, and amber that danced like living fire in the soft breeze. The forest floor was hidden beneath a thick carpet of leaves, soft and silent underfoot, muffling their every step in a hushed reverence. The veil of falling leaves stretched endlessly in all directions, a breathtaking labyrinth of color and light. The branches above swayed and rustled, whispering songs of seasons long past and forgotten memories. Yet beneath this serene beauty lurked a fragile tension, a delicate balance between life and decay, memory and oblivion. Caleb felt the ancient book's glow pulse gently in his hands, the runes flowing like liquid gold across the pages, revealing new verses that spoke of cycles and change, of endings that were also beginnings. Silas's voice was quiet but filled with awe. This is the Vale of Falling Leaves, a place where the forest remembers all its cycles, where every leaf that falls carries a story, a fragment of the past carried gently into the earth. The watchers moved cautiously, their senses alert despite the soothing atmosphere. Mara's eyes scanned the veil of leaves, Jacob's rifle was lowered but ready, and Lila's gaze flickered thoughtfully as she reached out to touch the drifting foliage. As they journeyed deeper into the veil, the whispers began again, soft, melancholy murmurs carried on the wind, voices woven from the memories of the leaves themselves. The forest spoke in a language of rustling and sighs, telling tales of growth and loss, of seasons turning like pages in an ancient book. Suddenly, the leaves around them stirred violently, swirling upward in a whirlwind of color and light. From the heart of the veil emerged ethereal figures, leaf spirits, their forms delicate and translucent, shimmering with the hues of autumn. Their eyes glowed with a warm, melancholic light, and their voices wove a haunting melody that echoed through the trees. Caleb opened the book wide, his voice rising in response, chanting the ancient incantation that called to the root's hunger and the forest's eternal song. The runes blazed brilliantly, weaving a tapestry of light and sound that intertwined with the leaf spirit's melody. The spirits danced around them, their song both mournful and hopeful, a reminder that even in decay, there is beauty and renewal. Caleb's chant bound their sorrow and joy into the forest's breath, healing wounds unseen and forgotten. The leaves settled gently to the ground, and the spirits faded like morning mist, their whispers lingering like a soft benediction. Silas exhaled deeply, a faint smile on his lips. The forest's cycles are eternal. Even in death, there is the promise of rebirth. Caleb closed the book, feeling its warmth spread through him, a comforting reminder of the forest's resilience. The watchers gathered their strength, ready to face the challenges still ahead, knowing that the forest's song was far from over. And beneath the cascade of falling leaves, the ancient song played on, a melody of life and death, loss and renewal, hunger and healing. The veil of falling leaves gradually thinned as Caleb and the watchers pressed onward, the vibrant cascade giving way to a sparser woodland cloaked in an unnatural twilight. Here, the forest seemed wounded, its branches bare and brittle, fractured like cracked glass, as if some unseen force had shattered its delicate balance. The air was heavy with the scent of ash and cold stone, and an eerie stillness hung over the land, an oppressive silence that swallowed even the faintest sound. Caleb's grip tightened on the ancient book. The glowing runes flickered uncertainly, as if disturbed by the broken forest around them. The weight of the root's hunger pressed down with renewed intensity here, its pulse a slow, relentless thrum beneath the earth. Silas's voice was cautious, almost reverent. This is the shattered veil, a place where the forest's spirit has fractured, torn between light and shadow. It is said that the root's hunger thrives in brokenness, feeding on despair and disconnection. The watchers exchanged uneasy glances. Mara's axe gleamed faintly in the dim light, her stance defensive. Jacob's eyes scanned the shattered branches above, rifle poised for threats lurking in the gloom. Lila's hands trembled slightly as she reached out, feeling the fractures in the forest's magic. As they stepped deeper into the shattered veil, the ground beneath their feet became uneven, jagged roots jutting up like broken bones. The twisted trees creaked and groaned, their bark cracked and peeling, revealing raw, pulsing veins of dark sap beneath. The whispers that had once soothed or warned were gone, replaced by a harsh, discordant chorus, shattered fragments of voices and memories that clashed and collided, filling the air with a jarring cacophony. Suddenly, from the fractured canopy above, shards of glowing crystal rained down like deadly rain, each fragment humming with chaotic energy. The watchers dove for cover, dodging the falling shards that left smoldering scars where they struck. Amid the chaos, shadowy figures emerged, fractured wraiths, remnants of spirits torn apart by the root's hunger, their forms jagged and unstable, flickering between existence and oblivion. Their eyes burned with a desperate hunger, and their voices were fractured whispers of pain and rage. The watchers rallied, Mara cleaving through the wraith's unstable forms, Jacob's shots echoing sharply as Lila and Silas wove protective wards, their voices steady against the storm of broken magic. Caleb raised the ancient book, chanting with fierce determination. The runes flared brilliantly, casting beams of healing light that sought to mend the fractures and soothe the shattered spirits. The fractured wraiths shrieked and writhed, their forms flickering wildly as the binding song wrapped around them like chains of pure light. Slowly, the chaotic energy subsided, and the wraiths' forms softened, their anguished cries giving way to peaceful sighs as they dissolved into shimmering dust. As silence returned, the shattered veil seemed to breathe more gently, the broken branches knitting themselves slowly, and the ground beneath their feet settling into a fragile calm. Caleb lowered the book, exhaustion and hope mingling in his heart. "Even the deepest fractures can heal," he murmured, "if we have the will to hold the light." Silas nodded solemnly. "The root's hunger is relentless, but so is the forest spirit." The watchers gathered, their resolve unwavering despite the trials yet to come. And beneath the mending canopy, the forest's eternal song played on, a complex melody of brokenness and healing, shadow and light, hunger and hope. After leaving the fragile calm of the shattered veil behind, Caleb and the watchers pressed forward into a deeper, more mysterious part of the forest, an immense hollow carved into the earth itself, hidden beneath a canopy so dense that only shards of muted sunlight pierced through the thick foliage. The Hollow of Echoes was a place whispered of in legend, where the voices of the forest's past resonated endlessly, trapped between the living world and the realm of memory. The air here was cool and heavy, filled with the scent of damp stone and moss. Each step the watchers took seemed to ripple through the stillness, the ground beneath their feet humming faintly as if attuned to their passage. The ancient book pulsed softly in Caleb's hands, the runes on its pages shimmering like distant stars, revealing cryptic verses that spoke of voices lost and found, of shadows that remembered and sang. Silas's voice was barely more than a breath as they approached the hollow's heart. "This place, it holds the forest's memories, the echoes of lives lived and lost, of stories half-remembered and truths hidden in silence. The root's hunger feeds here on forgotten voices, on stories left untold." Mara's grip tightened on her axe as she scanned the swirling mists that clung to the hollow's floor. Jacob's eyes darted nervously among the twisted roots and gnarled trees, while Lila reached out with trembling fingers, sensing the unseen threads of memory woven through the air. As they stepped deeper, the faint murmur of voices grew louder, forming a complex chorus of whispers that wove through the shadows, snatches of conversations, cries of pain, laughter long faded, and songs sung beneath starless skies. The Hollow of Echoes was alive with the pulse of countless memories, each one a fragile thread in the forest's vast tapestry. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shuddered, and from the depths rose figures formed from mist and shadow, echo wraiths, spirits bound by memory and sorrow, their faces shifting between light and darkness, their eyes pools of longing and despair. The watchers braced themselves. Mara swung her axe with deliberate strength, Jacob fired precise shots that dissipated the wraiths' forms into flickering wisps. Silas and Lila's voices intertwined in an ancient chant, their hands weaving glowing sigils that shimmered in the hollow's dim light. Caleb lifted the ancient book high, his voice rising in a powerful song that sought to bind the echo wraith's sorrow and free the trapped memories. The runes blazed like stars, casting radiant light that wove through the hollow like threads of gold. The echo wraiths writhed and howled, their anguished voices clashing with Caleb's chant, but the binding song grew stronger, threading through their pain, offering release. Slowly, their forms softened, faces brightening as memories they carried were embraced and honored. One by one, the wraiths dissolved into shimmering light, their voices merging into a final, haunting melody that echoed through the hollow like a benediction. Caleb lowered the book, breath coming in ragged gasps, heart heavy yet hopeful. "The root's hunger cannot silence every voice," he said softly, "for as long as memories are held and stories told, the forest will sing." Silas nodded, eyes reflecting the fading light. "We are the keepers of those stories now. And with each step, we heal the forest's wounds." The watchers gathered, renewed in their purpose. The end of their journey was near, only one more step beyond this echoing realm. And beneath the vast canopy, the forest's eternal song played on, a timeless melody of memory and release, sorrow and peace, hunger and healing. The path from the Hollow of Echoes was narrow and winding, carved through the densest and oldest part of the forest, where the trees towered like ancient sentinels, their trunks gnarled and thick with centuries of growth. The air was rich with the scent of moss and wet earth, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed softly beneath the dense canopy. Here, light was a rare visitor, filtering in shards through the tangle of branches above. Caleb's heart pounded as they approached the forest's core, the heart of the forest, a place spoken of in whispers and legend, where all the forest's power converged. It was said that here the root's hunger was born, but also where its wound could be healed. The ancient book pulsed in Caleb's hands, warm and steady now, the runes glowing with a steady golden light that seemed to resonate with the forest itself. Each step forward felt like a step into the very soul of the woods. Silas's voice was calm but filled with gravity. This is the place where the forest spirit dwells, where the roots reach deepest and the ancient magic is strongest. If the root's hunger is to be truly ended, it must be faced here. The watchers exchanged solemn nods. Mara adjusted her grip on her axe, Jacob readied his rifle with a steady hand, and Lila's eyes reflected a quiet determination. As they moved deeper, the trees grew impossibly tall, their branches intertwining overhead to form a vast cathedral of living wood. The ground beneath their feet was soft with centuries of fallen leaves and rich soil, and a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying the faintest melody, a psalm older than time itself. Suddenly, the forest around them shimmered, and a great presence revealed itself, an immense tree, its trunk wide as a house, roots spreading like massive veins into the earth, its leaves shimmering with ethereal light. This was the heartwood tree, the ancient guardian of the forest's soul. From the shadows around the heartwood tree, the root's hunger emerged, not as a monstrous creature, but as a shifting mass of twisted roots and shadow, writhing and pulsating with a dark, desperate energy. It was the forest's wound made manifest, a hunger born from pain and neglect, seeking to consume the very life of the woods. Caleb stepped forward, raising the ancient book high. His voice rang out in a powerful chant, the runes blazing with radiant light that spread through the clearing like dawn breaking after a long night. The watchers joined in, their voices weaving together in a song of healing and remembrance. The root's hunger writhed and twisted, lashing out with tendrils of shadow and earth, but the light held strong, binding its fury with threads of hope and memory. Caleb's chant spoke of forgiveness and renewal, of the strength found in healing wounds rather than letting them fester. The heartwood tree responded, its branches glowing brighter, leaves shimmering as if the very forest breathed with them. The dark mass slowly unraveled, the shadows receding into the earth, the hunger's desperate cries softening into whispers of sorrow. The light grew, enveloping the clearing in a warm, golden glow that pulsed with life and love. The root's hunger was not destroyed, it was transformed, healed into a quiet yearning for balance and peace. Caleb lowered the book, breath coming in steady gasps, tears streaming down his face. Around him, the watchers stood silent, awestruck by the profound change. Silas spoke softly, voice thick with emotion. The forest has forgiven. And so must we. The hunger was never evil, only lost, broken, aching for connection. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, a deep, resonant sound that echoed through the trees like a blessing. The heartwood tree's light spread outward, touching every branch, every leaf, every root, healing the wounds carried for centuries. Caleb felt a deep peace settle within him, the forest's song now whole, its story finally healed. The journey was over, but the story would live on, in every whisper of the wind, every rustle of leaves, every heartbeat of the forest. And beneath the ancient canopy, the eternal song played on, a melody of shadow and light, pain and healing, hunger and hope.